Okay, I gotta unmute. Why isn't? Okay. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Well, it says I'm queued.
It says I'm queued too.
Okay. So we're ready to get started then. So this is the Oregon State Marine Board. It's our quarterly meeting of October 27th. And I would like to call this meeting to order. We have 4 members of the board present. Craig.
Good morning.
Colleen.
Good morning.
Laura. You're still muted.
We see you, Laura. Are you unmuted?
Okay. And member Castronova was not able to attend this morning. So it will just be the 4 board members for today. So at this time, we will start with our agenda, which is the approval of the minutes from the June 14th, 2021 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve or any corrections?
This is Craig. I make a motion we approve the minutes as written.
This is Colleen. I second.
Okay. Approval and second for the minutes for June 14th, 2021. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Aye. I saw Laura's lips move. She said aye. Thumbs up. Thank you. Okay. Our next item on the agenda here is a request for public comment. And we did have one person request to speak to the board directly. Are we ready with that, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that we have Mike Arthur who will be addressing the board. And just as a reminder, please mute yourself, and turn off your phone or turn it down. And also just another reminder that public comment periods are not a discussion. And so unfortunately, we will not be asking questions or interacting, but we sure appreciate you being here, Mike, to give us your feedback. And go ahead when you're ready.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, members of the Marine Board, for allowing me a few minutes to speak on an issue that's frankly driving my community insane. I wish I could find a less extreme word to use, but in this case, it's the only one that captures the impact of the issue I'll be sharing with you today. I recently moved my family to West Linn, near the Willamette. We moved here primarily because of the proximity to the river. With 2 young kids, we loved all the family recreation opportunities that came with living near one of the most treasured natural resources our state has to offer. Those dreams evaporated a few days after we moved in. Every day, from about noon until the sun goes down, this guy does flips in his jet ski again and again and again and again. All day, almost every day, from June until October. The first time I saw it, like others I assume, I thought, cool, I didn't know you could do that in a jet ski. Then as each day passed, we felt as if we were being held hostage by this man. Annoyance became frustration, frustration became rage, but we're not talking about a normal jet ski here. Those aren't a problem as they create a fraction of the noise this one does. He's got this souped up 2-stroke jet ski that basically sounds like a motorcycle made of chainsaws to anyone within earshot of Meldrum Bar Park. I sent the board a video of one of our community members trying to put their baby down for a nap while this is going on. I assume there are some parents on the board, and they know that if a baby misses their nap, the rest of the day is pretty much hell. Imagine a cranky baby combined with a chainsaw revving outside your window for 8 hours a day, every day, for months. Insanity. What's frustrating is that this guy isn't even from the area. He's not even from Oregon. He drives down from Washington daily. I can only assume because the laws on the water in his state likely wouldn't allow such a public nuisance, especially in residential areas. Since 2006, manufacturers no longer sell these specific two-stroke jet skis to the public due to an EPA rule enacted because these specific crafts are wildly inefficient, noisy, and destructive to the environment. The only way you can get one is if you are a member of the IBJSA, which is the International Jet Sports Boating Association, to use specifically for competitions. We don't allow NASCAR drivers to train on our public roads, and we shouldn't let the water equivalent on public waters near residential areas. To do the competition tricks, basically flips, the gentleman from Washington creates his own wake. From there, he squeezes his throttle, revving the engine to the max, likely beyond that with alterations, to do a flip. He then flips and flips and flips until he crashes, often upside down in the water, often causing fuel to leak in the river. He then must go back to his car after only 5 or 10 minutes to refuel, leaving a reflective oil slick in the water each time. And because he's doing flips, his revved engine is above the water, not below it, amplifying an already deafening noise. Even if two-stroke motorboats were to create a similar amount of noise, their engines are submerged in water, and most importantly, they just pass through, creating a nuisance for seconds. This craft requires the rider to stay in the same place all day, every day, because they have to be near their car to constantly refuel, leaving residents and anyone who decided to take a relaxing day at the river in the same area completely out of luck. We spoke with residents from all sides of the river, local fishermen, families at the beach, boaters, kayakers, paddleboarders, and even jet ski owners. We are all united in disdain for the damage and disruption these specific crafts cause. We all feel that a public space should be enjoyed up until the point that your activity prevents others from enjoying that same public space. Normal jet skis don't cross that line. Two-stroke jet skis do. So today I'm asking the Marine Board to put in motion an effort to enact legislation banning all two-stroke jet skis from all of the Oregon waterways, or at very least the ones in residential areas. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for all you do to keep our waterways a safe place for our communities to enjoy. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, guys.
So-
I appreciate you listening.
So before we start into our main agenda items, I would just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank Vince Castronovo for his service to the Oregon State Marine Board. His term is over now, and so he will be going on to other pursuits. And we're going to miss him and his thoughts very much, and appreciate everything he did for the Oregon boaters.
I'd like to add to that, Bill. I appreciate the knowledge and the information that Vince provided to me in wake boating, and his passion that he expressed on the board. I also appreciate his tolerance for the conflicting discussions that he engaged in. So thank you, Vince, and we wish you all the well.
We have a nice plaque that will be presented to Vince, as well as thoughts from fellow board members that will be passed on to Vince when he comes and returns some of his state properties to Jennifer at the offices. So again, once again, thank you very much, Vince, for your service to Oregon boaters. So now we're going to go ahead and move right into our agenda items, and we will start with the director's report. So Director Warren.
Chair Early, members of the board, Larry Warren, Director of the Oregon State Marine Board. And just as a reminder today, since we are using a remote meeting setting, we've got staff spread across the building, some folks out of the building. So if we're a little unsmooth in our transitions, as you have questions or need information, it's just we're all sitting in different places and having to make sure we make that work. Few things I wanted to highlight on the director's report and add is, as you know, Rachel left the Marine Board a few months ago, and I mentioned in the director's report that by now I'd expect to have a replacement on board, and we do. Happy to report we've hired Christy Cornish to be our business service manager. I told her that I would not make her talk today, although she was briefly, you saw her face up there, she briefly logged into the meeting right at the beginning. Christy comes to us with a lot of state experience and a lot of good background that's going to help us out. And she will have some pieces of this job that will help her continue to grow as a professional as well. So looking forward to working with her. She's on her day 3. I think this morning we finally got her email working. So, you know, we'll get her going and get her acclimated. And I'm sure at the January board meeting, you'll have a chance to meet her. And then wanted to point out, you saw some information in the director's report about small grants and the size and how long since we reviewed them. And really what that was to just start getting that on the board's radar. You know, we want to make sure that we're making good use of your time, and that when you're making decisions around grants, they're around the right levels and substance. And we don't think that we've had that conversation with the board in a while, particularly around small grants. So on small grants up to 10,000, I can approve those without first seeking the board's approval, but then I give you an update on that. And, you know, we've just noticed as things get more expensive, $10,000 doesn't buy you a lot. And oftentimes we're running more like 12, 13 to get some of these little quick fix things that sometimes can get boaters back on the water or fix an issue before it becomes a big issue. So really, it's not up for an action today, but just wanting to make sure the board would be okay if we brought that back for a discussion and possible action in the future. And then, yeah, so I'll stop there, and then I just have one more I want to point out and take any questions. So.
You have one more update, you said?
Yeah, and I'll go with that, and that is just board member Withy had reached out and asked about some of our work around disabled veterans, and then, you know, kind of broadening that to making sure we're also talking about underserved populations. And on page 16 under item A, we have a good update on that, and I'm going to ask Josh to just hop on for a second and round out that update and talk about what we might do in the future. So looks like, Josh, you're out there and on, so if you can hop on, and appreciate it.
I am indeed and on. Good morning, Chair Early, members of the board. For the record, Josh Mahalam, Environment Policy Program Manager with the Oregon State Marine Board. To Larry's point on that general topic, we are looking to work. Well, we are involved in work in several different arenas to try to advance that initiative that the board has made clear that is a priority for them. 3 specific examples that we're working on right now. We're working with ODF&W to see if there's interest in expanding their current program for anglers and hunters to include those with disabilities that prevent them from boating or paddling. Currently, people that cannot operate a gun or a fishing rod can be given special considerations and exemptions from current ODF&W regulations. We're working to see if we can expand that to those with challenges with paddling. You know, if we can do that, then the Marine Board could examine water bodies where we could make special considerations for these boaters in otherwise regulated water bodies, very similar to the way that we've adjusted the regulations at North and South. Also, through our Waterway Access Grant Program, we're looking at ways to incentivize the outfitter and guide community to make additional opportunities available for all members of underserved communities, veterans, those with disabilities, and then your other traditional underserved communities. Looking at ways to do that with some potential financial support, because those kind of things would be eligible through our Waterway Access Grant Program. Part of the impetus behind that program was to do better work with those underserved boaters, and so there's an initiative going on in that realm. And also, and I'm not going to list them all, I'd maybe prefer to have Janine do that, but there are several examples of the facilities program going above and beyond the basic requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act to maximize the ability of all boaters to utilize the facilities that we're involved with. At this point, I think I'd like to ask the board what else specifically you'd like to see on this topic. I think there are a couple different options. We could do a more comprehensive report in every board book or once a year or biannually, whatever, just to kind of to show all the things that we as staff are doing in this realm. because I would contend it's become part of our culture here. Then everything that we do, whether it's rulemaking, whether it's in facility development, that we look at it through that lens of being maximizing opportunities for all boaters, depending on their challenges or access to certain resources or boats, whatever. We could also do a broader work session on just our role in access overall, especially with access for all those different communities. So at this point, I think we're willing to do whatever the board would like. Also, any kind of specific direction on any other initiative, we're certainly open to it. So I think that's all I got, Director Warren. But I'd love to hear the board's thoughts on what they'd like to see on the future.
Craig.
Yeah, surprisingly, I have some thoughts. We've talked in the past about having the work session. I believe there's a real need to reach out to advocacy groups for the various organizations, whether it be veterans or people with disabilities or underserved community, and bring them in and introduce the board to them. When we had this event called H2O for Heroes, we found that the organizations involved in supporting these groups weren't aware of the board and what the possibilities were for board support. I think that's important. I don't think the knowledge is out there, nor do I think the board understands what their needs are in the way of facilities or programs. So what I'd like to see is a work session where we bring in these advocacy groups and we just had a discussion on what the board does and what their needs are. I think that's important. I think that will help the entire disabled, veteran, and underserved community in reaching out to their members. If you don't know what's available, you're not going to participate. So that's what I would like to see.
Thank you, Craig. Anybody else?
I agree with Craig. I'd really like to hear from the advocacy groups.
Well, it sounds like maybe a future work session would be in order. So that's some direction right there. I think it's helpful to have these updates also included in the board book so that, you know, we can kind of keep apprised of what's going on.
I think
So-
it also,
Yeah, go ahead, Laura. We
comment
can hear
kind
you
of
now.
building, comment kind of building on what Colleen said is, and also what Craig said. Yeah, if you don't know who the Marine Board is and what the Marine Board is and what we do, you don't know what opportunities are available. And I think that also shows up in some of the information that we're going to talk about a little bit later that Mr. Ackerman found. That just overall, I think we need to do a who is the Marine Board and what do we do statewide, targeted at non-motorized boaters of able-bodied and disabled, and also the other communities that aren't traditional boating communities.
Excellent point, Laura. Thank you for bringing that up right now. So very applicable to all of this, Josh. Any additional thoughts or direction? Okay. So Director, do you have anything else to add?
Chair Early, I think Josh was going to chime in, or just maybe slow on the draw.
Well, I didn't know if it was my time to talk. I apologize. I think that's great direction. Actually, I think what we will do over the next 3 to 6 months. I don't want to make any promises for the January board meeting because we're fairly close to that one already. And I'd like to take some time to get an appropriate and representative and comprehensive group together. But I think what I'm hearing, and I think is a good idea, is to convene I don't want to call it a forum of underserved community representatives, but a representatives from voting populations that we may not be inherently involved with right now, and meet with that group, hear their ideas, and also bring them to the board to say where they think the Marine Board is doing a good job, where there's opportunities for improvement. I don't know if that's exactly what you had in mind, Member Withey and others, but I think that would be a good first step. So if you're receptive to that, I think we could probably say that we could make that happen for the April 2022 board meeting.
Well, let me give you an example, Josh. There's an organization in Portland called Oregon Adaptive Sports, and they have programs for kayakers and other boating activities. I would like to invite them in and ask them, what are your needs? What do you need to support your programs? And this is the board, and this is what we do. Here's the facilities that we provide. We need your input on how these facilities can be built and adapted to meet your needs. There's many organizations like that. There's the wakeboating for warriors. They have special needs on facilities to launch and to get back out of the water. I think we need to bring these groups in so we can come to an understanding of what they're about and what their needs are, how we can support them. And I'm sure there's other organizations like that that are pretty easy to contact and bring together.
I don't see any reason why we cannot bring those groups you mentioned, some others forward to just talk to the board on what we could do better to meet their needs. So again, I think I don't want to make a promise for January just because it's not too far from now, and getting a set of speakers might be challenging in that time frame. But by April at the latest, I think we could certainly do that.
I think for the January board meeting, perhaps, Josh, it might be appropriate to just kind of apprise us of who you are reaching out to and see if the board has additional groups that may be pertinent to include in a work session or into almost like a meet and greet to be able to understand the needs and also the services available for the Oregon State Marine Board.
I think we can definitely do that. I think it'll be Janine Bilek who will probably lead that conversation, as she is the kind of the prime point person for our interaction on facilities and groups that use those facilities. But I think that's a good step for January. And then we can take some further direction, there and inform our work in 2022 and beyond.
Thank you, Josh. Anything else you want to add?
Nothing additional from me, so just any questions, Chair Early.
Okay. I know that Member Withey had some questions regarding the director's report. I've got a few, so I'll let you take it away, Craig.
All right, thanks, Val. I want to start out with an acknowledgement, and this is for Ashley. Ashley put together this event that we have. I guess we call it H2O for Heroes. And she did a superior job in organizing it and pulling everybody together. And I tell you, she went above and beyond, literally, in supporting this event. She not only arranged for the interviews that were done, organized the distribution of the kayaks, but literally, she went and cleaned the restrooms because we were in COVID situation. After she completed cleaning the restrooms, she jumped in a kayak, went out to aid a disabled kayaker who fell in the water. So I can't say enough about her effort, what she did. She's truly went above and beyond. So Ashley, you are exceptional. And I would like to award you a coin, and I depend upon Larry to provide that coin to you. But thanks so much for your efforts. They're very appreciated.
Thank you, Member Withey. We'll make sure that Ashley gets that coin, and I would echo, having been at that event, Ashley was amazing.
Having seen some of the activity from that event, I would echo those sentiments exactly. Very, very well spoken about that, Craig. And the publicity that came out about that event was also attributed to Ashley. So kudos, excellent job. We're lucky.
So moving on with the director's report, of course, I have a few questions. In the report indicates the agency received $1 million in federal funds to remove derelict vessels in the Portland area. This is only for the Portland area, I assume. Is there any other conditions on this that have to be met? And are we the ones totally administering the program?
Member Withy, so that money came as part of a federal fund package. Josh is chiming in, so if I get something wrong, Josh, feel free. And so what happened was each senator was given the opportunity to assign some of that money into their district. And so Senator Taylor really cares about the issue of abandoned derelict vessels. And so she used part of her assignment to assign that $1 million to us to work on abandoned derelict vessels. So in terms of conditions, I know Josh and his team are still working out some of the, it comes essentially as a grant from the federal government. So we're going to have to make sure that whatever we do and spend money on meets their terms so that we can make sure we get reimbursed as an agency. And then, as always, when it comes to abandoned derelict vessels, you know, it's a multi-partner agency effort. It takes Sheriff's Office, DSL, sometimes DEQ. And so we'll be working with other entities just like we always do on abandoned derelict vessels. But in terms of just being limited to that area, because it was Senator Taylor that assigned that money, the work will happen in the Portland area since that's where she's from and that's where she assigned the money to. So, Josh, if you need to add anything, just hop on and chime in. So.
No, I don't. That's a good summary unless Member Withy has additional questions.
Is there a time limit on spending the money?
So you would think that'd be real clear from the federal government. So some of that we're trying to sort out. So I will ask Josh if he has an update on that. So do you have an update on the time frame yet on that spend?
It is fairly protracted. I believe it is 2024. The date in 2024, I'm not clear on. At this point, you know, we are looking to probably start this initiative early in 2022. Again, given overcoming some of the challenges with getting the money and understanding the sideboards around it. But we are looking at 2 full years, 2022, 2023. Of being able to spend these funds on ADVs in the Portland area. And at this point, I think the agency is pretty confident that we can do that, do good work, and meet the intent of what the senator intended for those funds.
Well, I think that's great news, and I think it's very much needed in the Portland area. So I have a number of other issues I want to address. Low water levels were a problem across the entire state, especially here in Central Oregon. So there was many boat ramps that were either partially out of the water or completely out of the water. Yet we continued to use them, and they provided some dangerous conditions as you backed off the end of the boat ramp and dropped 12 inches down to the water level. So there is some concern that these ramps remained open and boaters used them the best they could. And in some cases, some boat ramps were totally unusable, so they had to compete for the one that was available. I think in the future, we need to have a agenda item where we can talk about how the board responds to these type of situations. I think there needs to be an aggressive program either to close the ramps or modify them so they can continue to be used. Otherwise, we're going to have accidents. So I would propose that we have a future agenda item to discuss that.
Member Withy, we'd be happy to bring back an agenda item for more of an informational update. I would offer that, as you can imagine, Janine Black worked all summer long in those low water conditions, and even before it became a serious condition. Since we don't necessarily own the facilities, we're not generally the one that closes them, but I know that Janine worked all summer long with facility owners on everything from can we take care of some maintenance issues while there's no water to how do we make sure that people, you know, where's the toe of that ramp? Has the toe of the ramp been eroded, missing, gone? How do we keep people safe? So, so I think in January we could come back and have her provide an update on all the things that she did this summer and talk about how we'll respond similarly and perhaps even more so if that's what the board would like to see in the future.
Well, I recognize that we don't make all the decisions and control these facilities, but there needs to be an interagency plan of how to address this. And I'd like to see the board work on that because these are some hazardous situations.
Sure. So we'll plan on in January some agenda item to the effect of low water impacts on facilities, and just have that be an agenda item that stands alone.
It works for me.
That- That would be great. Thank you. And that just an informational agenda item, because recognizing that there was a lot of work that had to be done this year. And so thank you. Okay, Craig.
Small grants, can you define the small grants? Essentially, there are grants, I assume, that are urgent project requirements that that go to you for approval so we can proceed with the repairs or the modifications. Is that correct, Larry?
That is correct, Member Withey.
Okay, so I agree that $10,000 these days doesn't go very far. And I question whether 20,000 is enough. I think the board needs to be responsive to the needs out there. So I think we need to give the level of authority to the director, and he'll report back to us later on responding to the needs. So I do support increasing the amount, but I question how much it needs to be. I don't think 20,000 is enough. I got quotes for my concrete driveway this summer, and I couldn't get quotes under $20,000. So if I can't do my concrete driveway, which is close to a concrete mixing plant, how can we expect 20,000 go very far at remote locations where we're trying to support the launch facilities? So I guess we're going to have future discussion on that.
One member
That
Withey, that's encouraging. Yeah, sorry, Chair Early, go ahead.
That's okay. I just was going to say that it sounds like we need another agenda item to address the small grants program for a possible rate increase.
And Chair Early, Member Withey, other members of the board, we'll bring that in January as an action item. And what I'm hearing from Member Withey, and I'm sure others would probably echo the same sentiment, is just making sure we bring some data and information so that you are able to make an informed decision about amounts. And we also think about checks and balances and good fiscal controls and all of those good things. So we'll have that prepared for a January possible action discussion.
So my bottom concern is that we're able to respond to the needs of the voting public. I appreciate the update on all the construction grants. Now, I assume that that's a list of all the ones that are currently active. And then there was contingencies that we placed on 3 of those grants. And I just wanted to verify that those contingencies have been met.
Member Withey, just to make sure we get you the best information, I'll ask Janine Black to hop on. I believe she's on and able to. Yep, there she is. Great.
Hi,
Hi,
Member Withey and Chair Early. Yes, all the contingencies have been met. Underneath the 2021 grant table, those are the grants that the board has approved or small grants that were approved under the director's authority. The narrative includes projects that have not been brought to the board, but are things that staff are working on or things that we want the board to be aware of. But yes, everything is moving forward. Westport is nearing completion. We've had delays with the toilet due to the supply chain, and so the toilet will hopefully be installed later this winter, but the rest of it is done. We've done some coordinated media stuff to let the voters know where their dollars are being spent. So thanks to Ashley for helping get that out on social media. And we have other projects that are getting ready to go out to bid. Is there any other questions?
No, I was trying to remember the one over on by Tillamook. What's the project there where it really supported the sailing community? There was some question about additional costs that would be incurred. You know which one I'm talking about?
I know which one you're talking about. Was that one approved or was that sent back for additional information, Janine?
Well, the closest one we've got toward Tillamook is the one in Scappoose Bay, Port of Columbia. And they are moving forward with their design engineering to get their permits to help separate point of entry into the water for motorized and non-motorized boaters, and to do a bunch of accessibility improvements on their facility as well.
Janine, there was some work being done around some pilings with I think associated with a floating restroom out on the Crab Harbor out in Tillamook.
That was a last biennium project where the piling were installed or replaced for the floating restrooms.
Okay. Appreciate it, Janine.
No
Thank you,
problem.
Janine.
In Central Oregon, we had a lot of algae blooms, much worse than normal from all the Cascade Lake system. And the health services were out there, doing their testing and putting out their advisories and their warnings. Campgrounds were being closed, but boating activities continued. And these lakes are close together, so boats jump from one lake to another. So any algae bloom in one lake is being transferred to another. I think we need a future agenda item, how we can address this, because eventually algae blooms are going to kill off the salmonoid species in these lakes. And there's no washdown facilities at a lot of these lakes. I can't think of one that has washdown facilities. They don't have the infrastructure necessary to support them. But, we're concerned about mussels and transferring mussels from one water body to another. I think the same case ought to be made for doing what we can to avoid moving algae blooms around from one water body to another. So I would like to see a future agenda item to kind of discuss that and what we can do.
Member Withey, it occurs to me that we probably haven't had an aquatic invasive species discussion with the board in quite a while. I'm not sure that it's been a focal agenda item since I've been here even. And so, of course, we run a clean, drain, dry messaging campaign. Last legislative session, I guess now it's 2 legislative sessions ago, we did get a new law passed where you can't transport a boat over land with the bilge or with the plug-in, so that you increase the likelihood that bilge water is drained and doesn't spread. But I think it would be great for us if we can just expand that discussion, maybe just do an aquatic invasive species program update overview, and hit some of the highlights such as the algae blooms as part of that discussion. Would that be good for the board as a future agenda item?
It works for me.
That would be great. And then that way we can also get kind of an update about where the aquatic invasive species identifications occurred even during this year. Just a little bit of a statistical update on those boats that are entering the state and at what time.
That would be great. I think Member Jackson.
Go ahead, finish what you're saying. I just had a question for Craig.
I was just going to say, I think that people would be very surprised to find out how close we come sometimes to having invasive species enter and spread around our state. So I'm sure Josh would be happy to give that update and raise awareness.
Thanks, Josh. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, just a question for Craig. When you're talking about algae blooms and closures and stuff, are you talking about the so-called blue-green algae, which is actually a bacteria, cyanobacteria?
Well, yeah, there's various types of algae, but yeah, that's a prominent one. So
because the science surrounding those is a little bit different than the plant algae issues and transferability, because cyanobacteria is basically in every water body, and it's a function of depth of water, temperature, and things like that. But I think it would be really great, just because of what we're seeing on the Willamette and other places too, to have a discussion about cyanobacteria as well as plant aquatic algae species.
Maybe included in the aquatic invasive species could be a bit about that, Josh, about the differences, because the general public probably doesn't understand the difference between what they see on the water as being bacterial versus plant life.
Sure, I think that's appropriate. I think we can definitely do an update on our aquatic invasive species program and some of the work that ODF&W does, and also our kind of connection with that program. We are a funding source for their program, but we're also involved in some other ways. And then additionally, this conversation about cyanobacteria is quite timely. I know that the Oregon Lakes Association, which is an organization I'm not sure if you're aware of or not, they have a seminar series coming up in the next month, and there is a lot of conversation about cyanobacteria, its effects on water bodies in the state, how it functions, et cetera. And there are a few Oregon State academics that are going to be providing some updates to that. I can reach out to one of those experts. I can think of one in Oregon State that's done a lot of work, and see if they could brief the board on just the science of cyanobacteria, because as Member Jackson pointed out, it's a little bit different than your typical aquatic invasive species in the way that it blooms and all that. I think it'd be a good time for the board to hear about it. So I think we could plan to do that in January if that's what the board wants.
That would be great. Thank you, Josh.
Okay, moving on. I'd like to see the board spend some time, probably in another meeting, discussing the Willamette jet boat accident. I think that was a serious accident. I think we're very fortunate that there wasn't casualties or other fatalities there. And I'm very concerned that, you know, they come under a different jurisdiction, to my understanding, than normal recreational boats. And I'm wondering what we can do about that. I also got very concerned reading the article about the accident where they denied any liability, that stuff just happens. I think we're looking, and I've been on the water with them and I see how they operate. They're pretty aggressive and they're trying to show off for their clients, I understand. But it's pretty hard at the speeds they're operating to see swimmers in the water or avoid other boaters, in my view. So I think we need to take some time to talk about that and talk about the safety. I am concerned that we have commercial operations that doesn't fall under our purview in a river situation like that. So I would like to see a future agenda item.
So Member Withey, I guess I'd want to explore with the board if you want a very narrow focused discussion on just that incident, or if you would rather perhaps boating safety come and talk. I heard some of your concerns about commercial operators, and we have other commercial operators around the state that similar to the jet boat type operation, maybe doing some education around where we cross lines with the Coast Guard, where we don't, what types of commercial operators have to follow our rules versus which types don't. Kind of a more of a, I guess, just broaden that topic out just a little bit. Is that, or would you want to have just a specific discussion around that incident?
No, I would use this just as an example and to broaden the discussion.
Okay, I'll ask just in case. I can't see Randy, which is always hard. If Randy feels like he wants to add anything, but we certainly, if the board would like, could bring this back for a future agenda item.
Go ahead, Randy.
Okay, Chair Early, members of the board, board member Withey. Yeah, we followed that incident obviously very closely. Just the quick summary, that is a U.S. Coast Guard inspected passenger vessel, and they have a lot of oversight over the operation of those types of vessels. In 2013, with some legislation that we did related to charter vessels, the legislature actually separated vessels out like that, so they are not under our jurisdiction. There is some overlap on when they operate in certain areas that are maybe closed to all boating. But for the most part, when they're involved in certain issues like that, our first call is to the Coast Guard to talk about impacts with recreational boating and the oversight. We forward all those complaints to the U.S. Coast Guard. We work with them to kind of understand those issues, and they're actually taking a very active role, a much more active role the last 2 or 3 years than they did historically. But we'd be glad to come back in January and kind of give that historical overview and where those overlaps occur.
So my concern is, how do we prevent those accidents in the future? How do we protect recreational boaters that are exposed to that type of operation?
That might be a good time to bring in the MSU Portland investigations and talk about that relationship. Because there are points when you're on a federally navigable waterway and you're dealing with commercial operations and Coast Guard inspected passenger vessels where they carry more jurisdictional oversight. I mean, they can pull that license anytime they want. If they have the correct incidents, the U.S. Coast Guard has the ultimate authority there. And it would be a good opportunity maybe to clarify where their jurisdiction kind of takes over and where ours ends. So I'll talk to MSU Portland about that as well.
That'd be great, Randy, an informational item that would kind of inform the board and educate the board about those lines between jurisdictions would be helpful.
And I just would want to point out, we have some really good commercial operators across this state that are a safety add onto the water for recreational boaters. So I just want to make sure that, you know, anyone listening knows that we've got some great commercial operations out there that have helped lots of recreational boaters over the years that have been in trouble. And so we'll make sure that when we frame the conversation, it's around information and education.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Warren. Yes, we do have some fabulous commercial operators that have provided rescue for other recreational boaters around the state. So go ahead, Craig.
The fleet maintenance program. I appreciate the program and that we're having the various boat operators, the marine sheriffs, do their own maintenance and follow a checklist system that we provide. I am concerned, though, that we have a major investment in this, and there's been some issues in the past that boats aren't being maintained properly. So are we going to have a quality assurance program that make sure that they're following the procedures and policies that we've established?
Is Brian available or Randy? Yeah.
Looks like Randy's right back on. Go ahead, Randy.
There you go. That's a great question. I would say after 9 years in this position, that we have the best oversight I've ever seen. I think it's fair to say the best oversight this agency has ever had on the boats that we have out there among the contracted programs. This year's process was trying something new with having the deputies do their own vessel inspections, but the process that we used provided a very specific template and required photos of each area of operation as well as other information. Plus, we monitor every repair and all the maintenance that gets done through our online database. And you'll find nobody who is more attentive than Brian Paulson in regards to what those individuals are doing and how they're doing it. I really feel confident we have the best oversight we've ever had of how those boats are maintained, and we're seeing that show up in long-term operation. The piece that we're trying to overcome now is getting the individual deputies. We don't expect every deputy to be a mechanic. But we do expect them to maintain an oversight and know how their boat is working and when it needs maintenance and repairs. And if they can't do it, then we step in and do that. So I'm not being defensive at all here, but I'm just saying I think thanks to Brian in a large part, we've got a high level of oversight. And if there are individual instances where somebody's complaining about how their boat operates, either we've handled it or they haven't talked to us. So if you're hearing anything, be sure and have them talk to us because we're happy to work with them. We budget for that.
I have the highest regard for Brian, and if the oversight that he's providing is going to continue, that takes care of any concern I have.
Okay.
I'd just like to add that the educational portion that is conducted at each one of the law enforcement boating activities is really superb, and I think it really helps to give each of those departments and contracts, you know, the knowledge and more confidence in providing this maintenance for them. So thank you, Randy and Brian.
The next item I'd like to talk about is fire evacuation. I'm sure no one wants to see a repeat of what happened at Detroit. And I was up at Paulina Lake this summer and talking to the National Forest Ranger there. And there was fires down below in Lapine. She said her truck was all loaded and she was ready to go at a moment's notice. But what about the campers and what about the boaters? To my knowledge, there was no plan to warn them or to advise them if the fire started to encroach upon the area. So that's concerning to me. I really think we need to have an interagency agreement where you have some kind of warning system for boaters and campers, but I'm most concerned about boaters. It would have been easy to install a siren on the top of her truck and to set off that siren if we felt that the fire was going to endanger anybody on the lake. So they would have some warning to get out of there. So I'm really concerned that the board works on a plan with other agencies to respond to fire conditions that are going to threaten boaters in our communities. It's very hard when you're on a lake, the Cascades, you're sitting down low and you have forest all around you, to be aware of a fire that's moving quickly into your area. So I think as a board, we really need to do something to ensure that we try our best to avoid a situation like we had in Detroit. So this is probably, again, a future agenda item.
Member Withey, I would put a step in between there. I'm going to have to give some thought to that one. There's a lot in there in terms of just where our role is. Fire, as you can imagine, there's federal authorities, there's state authorities, there's private landowners, the sheriffs that we interact with Marine Patrol when they're interacting with the fires have a different hat on in terms of their duties as sheriffs to their counties. We have state agencies that are kind of more the lead agencies on fire response and fire management. So I'd ask if we could, possibly a future agenda item, but I think the first step is probably a chance for staff to talk about that and think about what you're asking for and put it in context of what happens out there. Although I see Randy just popped back on, so maybe he's got a thought that he'd like to share on that.
Chair Early, Member Withey, we interact constantly with the county sheriff's offices. That's our primary, obviously, point of contact with the individual counties. And the thing about the Marine officers is they're also almost I think to every county across the state, they are the leads in their local search and rescue and natural resource emergency response teams. So very often what you see is the Marine deputies, because they're out in the hinterlands, just like we did with Detroit. It was the Marine deputies who were on the ground evacuating Detroit. We've seen that in Douglas County. We certainly saw that in Lane County. So in some ways, whether it's organic or on purpose, when your frontline responders are also Marine deputies, they key in pretty quickly to where the boaters are. Certainly when you get in areas that are large U.S. Forest Service managed properties, they have a huge responsibility to alert campers and other folks to, well, I don't know how Deschutes County would ever completely step in on a major incident evacuation like that. I think what we could do in the future, though, is probably lay out a little bit of a narrative on how the counties are plugged in with their other management partners, U.S. Forest Service, Department of Forestry, BLM, and others, to get the word out when these emergencies respond. I'm pretty well tied in with Deschutes County just because we have old family cabin over there, and I get all their emergency alerts. I had 3 on Saturday and Sunday telling me of high wind warning alerts. They're pushing that aggressively out towards the counties. Or towards county residents. A lot of the counties have adopted that sort of emergency alert system, so you know exactly what's going on your phone as things are unfolding. And maybe one question, and we can pitch that to the Forest Service, is where are the boaters and the campgrounds, they're Paulina Lake and East Lake, on their notifications schedule? I mean, we can certainly look into that, but from what I've seen, every time we've had fire, Jackson County, Josephine County, boy, I can go down the list, and our Marine deputies are always on the front lines evacuating people and getting them out as soon as they have an understanding that it's time to go.
Well, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. And I
Thanks,
appreciate
Randy.
the complexity of it. I would hate to have the complexity keep us from doing anything. Because we certainly don't want to see Detroit situation again where people lose their lives. And, you know, when I grew up, we had sirens set up to warn people when they need to move into their bomb shelters. And simple situations like that, or solutions like that, could be put in place, whether it's in a lodge on the lake, whether it's on top of a truck, just to set off a siren and warn people that there's a threat coming and they need to take evasive action. So I, again, appreciate the complexity of it, but I hate to see it keep us from doing anything.
And I think that this is something that probably internally at the Marine Board, it sounds like the director is going to have a discussion with his team there, and we may hear about it in the future.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And the last item I had is nuisance and aggressive boating behavior. We're seeing more and more of that. I see it almost every time I go out now. And I don't think we can leave it to the Marine sheriffs to solve all the behaviors we're seeing out there. I do think we have to have a reach out program to the boating community to ask that they help police themselves. We had the one discussion or public comment earlier that brings up a nuisance boater. And we've seen some success in having the boating community, I believe, police themselves on the Willamette, the kayakers, et cetera. I think we need to find a way to expand that and utilize that to try to control the behaviors that we're seeing. These aggressive behaviors are going to come to some accidents or incidents that are regrettable. So I would like to see the board address what we can do, and I'm not sure what it is, to try to stop some of this behavior.
And Member Whitby, I would remind, in the past, we've mentioned to the board that Randy's been working with his team on some piloting of boating safety advocates. We've had a few of those across the state this summer. And part of that was the idea that, right, that there's better ways sometimes to contact boaters and educate and talk, and then perhaps maybe just always having it be an interaction with a sheriff. So, and certainly Ashley and her outreach always includes parts around boating etiquette and pieces around that. It's a tough one, right? How do you make people behave, right? Like, and we'd like to think that all boaters enter the water and want to do that, but that's a big issue. But we could come back and have Randy provide an update on the boating safety advocate program, how that's going, where we might take that in the future, and as one step that we're doing to focus on boater behavior on the water.
And I think that would be a good agenda item for the April meeting, because that was going to give some time prior to the boating season for next year. But that whole pilot program that was instituted would be a great time to have an update.
Great, we can slot that in for April, and it'll be a good discussion. I think there's a lot of promise with the boating safety advocates and as a way to do things in the future. And so I think that'll be a good discussion.
Great.
So
Anything else, Craig?
No, breathe a sigh of relief. I'm done.
Anybody else have any questions on the director's report? Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and move on right now to agenda item B. I'd like to thank Larry for such a comprehensive director's report, as well as all of the staff who were available to answer questions and provide additional insight. So thank you very much. So item B is a presentation on a goal 15, and we have a special guest here. Is Amanda still on there?
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Chair Early and members of the board. Would you like me to just start in?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Chair Early, if we might, sorry, Amanda. I want to just see if Josh wants to do any setup before we have Amanda just jump in. I apologize. I don't know if he wants to do a.
Thank you, Director Warren. I don't think much of a setup is needed. I know that Amanda is going to kind of cover, why she was here, but I guess just real quick for the board. As you recall, legislation in the 2019 session mandated that anytime that we're considering regulations for the Willamette River, we specifically consider land use planning goal 15 for the Willamette Greenway and the requirements set within. I think it is something that was part of the consideration when we passed our current set of regulations, but there have been some questions about what exactly it means for the Marine Board to consider a land use planning goal when considering boating regulations, because those things don't necessarily always jive. So luckily, Amanda was kind enough to come in and provide us some background into what consideration of that goal looks like, how it's considered by other entities, and some potential steps forward for the board as we continue to look at potential boating regulations for the Willamette River. Amanda, I hope that was enough of an introduction to get you going.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, I'm gonna share my screen here and see if I can get this right.
And I believe everyone received this PowerPoint presentation yesterday or the day before, so we look forward to it.
Okay, why are you not switching into presentation mode? We'll try this one up here. There we go. All right, well, thank you again for inviting me to talk today. And my name is Amanda Punton. I'm the Natural Resource Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I thought I would, on this cover slide, just talk about how I enjoy the Willamette River. So I am on a dragon boat team called the Civil Serpents that's made up of several state employees and some local public employees. And so in this picture here, I'm on the front right of the boat. I think we're just finishing up a race. So as Josh explained, the purpose of me being here is to talk about what it means, what it might mean to consider goal 15 in the when the Marine Board chooses to implement a rule that affects boating on the Willamette River. And so this is a section out of House Bill 2351. And I'll say that when it says take into consideration the statewide planning goals, and then the last part of it here is really just the kernel of introduction of goal 15 to conserve and maintain the natural, scenic, historical, agricultural, economic, recreational qualities of lands along the Willamette River Greenway. And I will say that lands include water, but it's a very broad and subjective goal. So a little bit of history of it. So as the land use program was coming into effect in the 1970s, we had both statute adopted and goal 15 adopted that described the objectives and steps to establish a greenway plan. And so the first part there was state parks and DLCD were charged with publishing a preliminary state plan that provided like a recommendations for what the boundary of the greenway on the land side would look like, and doing inventories about some of the land uses and resources that are mentioned in what the goal is trying to protect and coordinate and enhance. And so that's what happened first. And then this state preliminary plan was used by cities and counties as they developed their individual components of the plan. So essentially, each city and county along the Greenway took the preliminary information, tweaked the boundaries, maybe tweaked some of the inventories, incorporated their approach to a greenway plan into a piece of their comprehensive land use plan, and then brought that to the Land Conservation and Development Commission, or LCDC, which is our DLCD governing board. So they brought those plan segments to LCDC for acknowledgement, which is our term for what it means to kind of establish a portion of a comprehensive land use plan, which then can be used for future planning and for basing development code upon. So from the statute and the goal, what I did was I just went through and I pulled out statements that seem to have more relevance to boating and the river than the other myriad statements and goals. So it's a little bit long, but I'm just going to read them. So 1, provide for development and implementation of a plan through cooperative efforts of state and local government. So Marine Board being implied there. Limit the intensification and change in use of lands, so uses remain compatible with the preservation of the natural, scenic, historic, and recreational qualities of such lands. So when lands include water and uses include boating, and intensification is, you know, what I heard being spoken of earlier in the meeting, involves a lot of new and intensified use of the river. So there's a relationship there. So the third one I have is include management of uses on lands within and near the greenway to maintain the qualities of the greenway. So that having to do with the natural resources and also the other uses of why it's why being near a river is a unique quality in a land use, I guess. So the next bullet, provide for recreational needs consistent with the carrying capacity of the land, and recognize, this one's worded differently, but the possibility that public recreation use might disturb adjacent property shall be considered and minimized to the greatest extent. And here we go. Shall be considered and minimized to the greatest extent practical. Yes. So the next, significant fish and wildlife habitat shall be protected, and the last one, the natural vegetative fringe along the Willamette River shall be enhanced and protected. And I know that that was an issue that was brought up with the concern about wake board boats and how that might cause erosion along the I don't know if there's a delay here, but I'm not getting my oh, wait a second. There we go. No, I'm not getting an advance. There we go. Okay, so so in addition to the different policy statements that I just read, I pulled a few others from the preliminary state plan that I spoke of. The purpose is kind of a restatement of what we've heard, you know, to conserve the Willamette River as a scenic, they've added here, scientific, historic, recreational, economic, and transportation resource. So the intent, provide opportunity for varied intensities of recreational activities on the river. Allow use of river with respect for sensitivity of the adjacent lands and water, and continue use of river for transportation. So these first two intent bullets, I think, speak probably most directly to Marine Board activities. And this last, management of uses, regulation of intensive water uses, such as motorboats and water skiing in sensitive fishery and waterfowl areas. And then, as I mentioned earlier, that from the statute, the goal, and the preliminary greenway plan, all the cities and counties along the Willamette River developed their own components of the greenway plan, which then got knit together and now compose what is the Greenway Plan. So the Greenway Plan lives in the comprehensive plans and codes of 19 cities and 9 counties along the Willamette River. So that was pretty quick. Kind of brings us back to the beginning here, which is like, what does it mean for the Marine Board to consider Goal 15? And when writing rules that affect boating on the Willamette River. And I thought this quote from the preliminary plan was, I don't know, shall I say a little humorous? So it is beyond the scope of this plan to explore all the complex jurisdictional and administrative problems related to river activities. However, protection and enhancement of the qualities of the river and its environment is of prime concern to the people of Oregon, and too much or too little emphasis on any one of the elements in this complex system can be detrimental. So that is the directive that maybe the Marine Board is left with. It's complex, it's subjective, a lot of balancing of different needs and uses need to be addressed. So Josh said that you might want some recommendation from me, and I think the best recommendation that I can bring forward is that the Marine Board may want to consider developing your own policy for what it means to consider Goal 15. So there's a lot to work with, and certainly I and other staff at DLCD could help with that effort. And then with some public input, you could get a policy that then could be used the next time that you choose to write a river that affects boating. Write a rule that affects boating on the Willamette River. And it's not much of a recommendation, but it's kind of what I got given the broad and subjective policies that are incorporated in Goal 15.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to brief us on this. It's I know that we bring it up and consider Goal 15 and as some of our dealings, but just to have a little bit more background and information on it is very helpful. So thank you for taking the time, Amanda. Did anybody have any questions?
This is Craig. Amanda, what does the final product look like on this Greenway Plan? Are you going to produce a document where all the entities come to an agreement on the development and usage of the area?
Well, remember, with the final plan is all the individual comprehensive plan elements within the city and counties. So each city and county has a comprehensive land use plan. Within that plan, there is a section specific to Goal 15 and the Willamette River Greenway. And it sets a boundary, so basically incorporates the boundary that was approved by LCDC and makes up the state Willamette River Greenway boundary, and will include policy statements similar to the ones that are in the goal or in the preliminary plan. And then the other thing that local governments are required to do as part of the Greenway Plan is they have review standards for new and intensified development within the Greenway. So that is on the land, but if their jurisdiction extends into the river, which it normally does to some degree, like for a marina putting in a new dock, let's say, then that would be reviewed under the local Greenway review criteria. They look similar up and down the river, and they get to that issue of balancing the different needs. And from the land side, it's really about preserving visual and physical access to the river where possible. But there isn't one plan that I can hand you to say this is the Willamette River Greenway Plan anymore, because now it exists as these individual components in each jurisdiction along the river.
How do we assure that there's consistency between entities along the river So we have rules that are in place that are effective across all governmental boundaries, if you will.
Well, when I have looked at the local codes, they all are very similar because they tend to mirror some of the language that's in the goal that speaks to what a local jurisdiction's requirements are. And if you were to look at the goal, it's long, but a lot of it has to do with setting up a system in place to develop the plan, describing the plan. So that's almost like the done deal, right? And so what happens now at a local jurisdiction is they implement their code and they refer to their greenway policies when needed. So as far as consistency up and down the river, there is some consistency because, as I said, the local codes will, at least their review language will reflect language that's in the goal. But as far as what their inventories are, how they might talk about that's the vegetative fringe or aquatic species that might have been identified back in the 70s and the 80s, that might be different for each jurisdiction. And that is why when the Marine Board is writing a rule and wants to consider Goal 15, they will need to at least inquire from each jurisdiction along the reach of the river that the rule would apply and have a conversation and kind of pull out what is important to that city and then use that as, or city or county, and then use that in the consideration. But it is, again, broad and nebulous and subjective, so I can't get more specific than that.
So one of the challenges we had in establishing rules on the Lower Willamette was development along the river. Some areas docks or private docks extended well into the river. And then you had floating homes that were present. So it's pretty hard to have rules in place when the development changes along the stretch of the river. If docks are out in the water 100 feet from shore, then you have to move operations on the river away from those docks. And that limits the amount of river space that's available for boating. So that's my concern about consistency along the river.
Right. Yeah. Member Withee, I would think that would speak more to what the local government or the Department of State Lands, right, is my understanding, is they issue permits for those docks and what their requirements would be for considering the boating side, right? It would be consideration would go in the other direction, and I don't have a lot to say about that right now.
Well, again, thank you for your time on that. And Laura, did you have something, a comment?
I actually did. I mean, going back to the stuff we went through in January of this year, excuse me, on the Lower Willamette stuff. I mean, that's why I think Josh, as part of our public and community outreach process, we reached out to those cities and county along the waterway, and asked for their input and asked, and we got comments back from, I believe, City of Portland and City of Milwaukee and possibly Lake Oswego as well, that were saying, this is or is not consistent with what we're trying to do with our Goal 15 plans. And I think that's partly how we're going to, moving forward, how we have to deal with it is rely on the input from the cities to tell us, is what we're looking at consistent with or not consistent with their implementation of Goal 15.
And that was really the intent of the legislation too. And I think that's why it was rather broad. That's what we're seeing. And it's what you've also indicated here too, because there is quite a bit of room within the legislation. Okay, well, again, thank you very much for your time, Amanda. And if everybody's okay, we're going to move on here.
Thank you.
Is everybody okay, or does anybody need a break? Thumbs up, we're okay to go? Keep going? Okay, So we are going to move on to item number C. And this is the NOAA Advanced Grant Implementation Report. And Dorothy Deal is up next. Are you ready to roll? I see stuff happening on the screen, so I'm assuming that Dorothy is on.
Chair Early, thank you. I think I did it just as I practiced. So if you're ready, I'll proceed.
We are ready. Thank you very much.
Great. Good morning, Chair Early, members of the board. For the record, I am Dorothy Deal. I'm a policy program coordinator for the agency. And I also happen to coordinate the agency's efforts on this complex issue of abandoned and derelict vessels. So toward the end of my little chat here, which hopefully will be brief, I will touch on the ARPA money, the $1 million that we talked about a little bit ago, and then also a couple of other related updates. And any questions and concerns that the board wants to raise at any time, I'm always happy to talk about. Primarily wanted to just give you a quick update on where we are with this abandoned vessel removal assistance program. And I'm trying to move to my next slide. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the Abandoned Vessel Removal Assistance Program, from here on out, I'll refer to as AVRAP. We began talking to the board about this program over 2 years ago, back in 2019, when we first applied to NOAA for the program funding. It didn't even have a name back then, but now it does. It's AVRAP. The premise is pretty simple, and we've stayed consistent as the program has developed. Marinas that are already engaged with the agency through our voluntary Clean Marina program, they're invited to apply for assistance using those NOAA funds for us to help them remove abandoned vessels from their facilities. So they go through their own legal process, they obtain ownership of an abandoned vessel, and then the Marine Board either hires a contractor to remove and appropriately dispose of that vessel, or in some cases, we reimburse the facility for work that they do themselves or that they arrange themselves. In turn, that facility enters into an agreement with the agency that they will adopt and enforce certain measures that are intended to help prevent abandoned vessels from accumulating in that facility in the future. And those include seaworthiness checks on the vessels, adequate insurance policies that will help remove a vessel, and that can either be held by the facility or they can require it of each boat owner. And then an expectation that vessels that are moored in a facility will stay up to date and compliant with our state registration requirements. So we've seen a few successes with the program already, beginning with back when we put out some requests for quotes for some of this work. We found that even though contractors are very busy, they seemed pretty eager to bid on these jobs, which honestly is not always the case with our regular ADV removals, where those vessels may be partially submerged in a waterway with a current. There's a lot more unknowns. In these cases, we were able to thoroughly examine the vessels for hazards prior to accepting them into the program. And so we were able to provide a lot more detailed information on the vessels in our request for quotes. And so companies were able to, bid pretty confidently on these jobs, knowing that their price was right for the job because they already knew all the details of the boat. They didn't necessarily have to go examine the boat in person, although some did, and that was easy to do because the boats were floating and they were, securely moored in a facility that they could access. So consider that a success. 6 marina facilities so far have entered into that agreement that I mentioned to implement those BMPs that I described. And then so far, 7 vessels have been removed from facilities and safely and responsibly destroyed. And then we still have several scheduled in the coming weeks, and then more to come in the future. A little bit on what we've spent so far. We have spent or committed just under $60,000 for 13 vessels. So we still have $40,000 of our year one funding left to spend. And we work very closely with NOAA. We check in with them monthly, and there's a great deal of flexibility in those timelines. And they've been very hands-on in working with us. As a reminder, they actually invited us to apply for a second year of funding right away before we even got started. So going forward, we'll have an additional $100,000 to continue and expand the program. And just to be clear, 50% of that is federal funding from NOAA, 50% is a cash match from the agency from funding that we set aside for ADVs on an ongoing basis. So looking ahead, we're eagerly awaiting some additional proposals and cost estimates and new applications for vessel removals. Some of the marinas that we've been working with didn't have possession yet of abandoned vessels, or maybe weren't even aware that there was a pending abandoned vessel in their facility when we first reached out to them. And so now they're discovering some of those and coming to us. And then some of them, they just needed a little bit more time to gather that information. So far, we haven't had to turn anyone away. We haven't actually even had to give the vessels a priority ranking. So far, we've been able to take on anything that has been proposed. But as we move forward, we may get into a situation where we do have to start prioritizing them and putting some off depending on how many more applications we receive, and also if facilities start to propose larger vessels, then that'll be a consideration. If funding allows, we're also open to incorporating a vessel turn-in or a voluntary owner surrender option in the next round. For vessels that are not abandoned yet, there's still at least a semi-active owner, but maybe that vessel is at risk of becoming abandoned or even sinking. And then finally, maybe the most important piece of this whole thing is that the Clean Marinas will be adopting these new BMPs to hopefully prevent more abandoned vessels in the future. So Glenn Dolphin at the agency who coordinates the Clean Marina program, he's in very regular contact with these facilities, and he'll be checking with them and giving them encouragement and support, and hopefully seeing those BMPs successfully implemented. I don't know what happened. Okay, sorry about that. So that wraps up everything that I wanted to update you on as far as AVRAP. The American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA for short, Director Warren answered some questions about that early in the meeting. I'm happy to see if there's any additional questions on that. I was actually able to get out on the water with some lawmakers and the sheriff's office to take a look in the Portland area and see what's out there. My impression is that there's quite a bit of flexibility and room for creativity in how we address the vessels in that area. That could possibly include some owner turn-in and some other, different types of methods than simply going out and seizing boats out of the water, although that will be, probably where we get started, and most likely in the Ross Island area, where we've seen quite a few sunken and sinking boats turn up in the past few months. As far as, and I know that Josh will talk a little bit about the legislative session and some implementation, but for the coming long session, don't expect Marine Board staff to be proposing any legislative concepts for that session. We brainstormed some different possibilities, both good and bad, and came to the conclusion the Marine Board is not the appropriate agency at this time to be putting forward new ADV legislation. However, as we saw in the last long session, there were quite a few legislators that had a tremendous interest in that topic. And so we anticipate that continuing into the next long session. And so we're just going to be really prepared to provide any sort of information, facilitate any sort of, site visits out on the water with Marine Board staff and the Sheriff's Office. And I also wanted to mention, I'm sure you know this, but at any point, if any board members want to get out on the water and take a closer look at this issue, I'm happy to work with our law enforcement partners on trying to facilitate that as well. So I think that's all from me. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Yeah, Dorothy, this is Member Withy. The size of the programs are so different. You $1 million federal funding for the Willamette area versus 50,000 from NOAA. It seems like you're able to do a lot with the money you're getting from NOAA. Will $1 million clean up the entire Willamette problem? Has that been estimated?
Remember, with the $1 million will certainly make a very visible impact in the areas around Portland that we receive the most calls about and that the Sheriff's Office receives calls about. The boats that are sunken and capsized and beached and very clearly derelict and need to be removed, those are fairly simple, and there's quite a number of those out there right now that need to be addressed. The tricky part is knowing where the supply is coming from and how quickly those boats might be replaced by boats that, drift down or pushed into the water or maybe come out of a marina. I've heard several stories recently of our law enforcement partners having to address boats being dumped at boat ramps and in boating facility parking lots, as well as along the road and elsewhere. And so I think it'll have to be a phased approach because I imagine, and this is my speculation, but I would think that if we go out and we clean up, all the derelict boats we can around Ross Island, they'll start to replace themselves, as we've seen in all of the removal projects that we've done, even in the North Portland Harbor and Swan Island and elsewhere, is there's a supply of boats returning to the water.
Well, these replacement boats, I assume they're sitting on land somewhere now. Is there a way to get to them before they're put in the water?
Member Withy, I think that's where that flexibility and creativity may come in terms of offering some type of a vessel turn-in program to vessel owners who are maybe inclined to try to do the responsible thing, but don't have the means or don't have the understanding of how that works. I think that hopefully we can do some outreach to boat owners and potentially offer them that resource.
Now, do owners bear any of the cost of removal?
Member Withy, typically when the Marine Board addresses a derelict vessel, we do try to investigate who the owner is, and an owner can be held liable for all of the costs associated with the removal and towing and disposal of the boat. We've succeeded at that a handful of times, and so there are some accounts with business services where people are making payments on boats. That tends to be fairly rare. If law enforcement is able to determine who was on the boat and may be responsible for it, oftentimes that isn't somebody with means, and so we don't always recoup those costs, but that is something that we attempt to do. What I tend to see is that the titled owner, I might have to go way back to a 12-year-old archived record to determine who last titled that boat. Oftentimes that person has passed away or has moved, we can't contact them, or they're very, very convincing in letting us know that they sold the boat years ago. And so we don't know who's responsible for that boat anymore. So it's kind of a balance of, how much time and effort do we put into trying to track somebody down to see if we can hold them accountable versus recognizing that that person, really did sell the boat and it's, changed hands several times without records being updated.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Thank you, Dorothy. That was a great update. So
Thank you.
I just have one question, and that is on the NOAA Marine Debris Program. Is that renewable?
Chair Early, the program changes every time NOAA puts out an opportunity. There's a little bit different focus on it. So what we have right now, they did invite us to apply for a second year. I wouldn't assume that that invitation stands, that, we would be invited to just continually apply for that funding. The next time that they put out an invitation like that, the focus may be on something different. It may be more narrowly focused on prevention or, something a little different than what we're focusing on right now. But the good news is we're very in touch with NOAA now. They've invited us to speak at a couple of events, and we've been involved in some other coordinating activities with them. So I think that we'll definitely be informed of any opportunities that come up. And so, we can keep an eye out on those and let you folks know what those opportunities are in the future.
That's great. It's good to hear of the rapport between the agencies. So that's fabulous. Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I think that we will go ahead and take a quick break here. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. So we'll go ahead and reconvene here in 5 minutes, which it's 10:08 right now. Give us about till about 10:13, 10:14, around in there.
And Chair Early, Jennifer asked me to remind folks, shut off your video. We can't stop the live stream. So while you're on break, make sure you stay on mute and probably shut off your video.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Laura and Colleen back? All right. So we are back in session here. We will move on to item D, which is the 2021 legislative session review and agency implementation of bills. Josh, are you ready?
I am ready, Chair Early. Chair Early, members of the board, since the last time the board has met, it feels like forever ago, the long session of the Oregon legislature ended, and there were a few bills that passed that require either Marine Board rules or action, or just other things that do affect boaters that the board should be aware of. I'm not going to address these ones specifically in this item here, but there were also quite a few bills that would have affected boaters that did not pass for whatever reason, one or another, some of which I'm not even clear on. But there were 4 bills that passed that I think the board should be aware of, and 2 that we do have to do some things on. And I just want to make sure that the board's aware of what we plan to do, and to kind of approve our path forward, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Those 4 bills are, in no particular order, House Bill 2777, which was brought forward by a lawmaker from your neck of the woods, Chair Early, in southwestern Oregon. It provides provisions for the optional licensing of boats as charter boats, regardless of the number of passengers carried. I'll get into some more specifics on that bill in a second. The second one was House Bill 2549, which requires state agencies to report to the Marine Board when they close any public access to a floatable natural waterway. There are some things we need to do as an agency on that as well. Another one was House Bill 5006. That was the broader ARPA money bill that Director Warren and then Dorothy addressed, and that's what provided the funds for abandoned derelict vessels. I'm not going to get into that more. I think that was covered in the previous topics adequately. And then the last one was Senate Bill 289, which was one that was brought forward by the governor's office, and it prohibits people convicted of bias crimes if it's on state property or in state waters. There's provisions that will exclude those people from boating or from parks or from fishing and hunting for a period of time. And I'll get into that one as well. So the first bill that required some agency action is the House Bill 2777 regarding charters and guides and allowing for the quote unquote 6-pack guides to give them the option to license as charter boats. In response to that legislation, we drafted some rule language. We also got some input on the chief proponent of the bill on the language that we proposed. And that is provided in your board book, and those are the adoption of OAR 250, 15003, as well as amendments to others in Chapter 15 regarding charters and guides. This language has not been filed yet. We are poised to do so, but I would like to get any input from the board on the draft rules to implement that legislation before we ultimately file. So with that, Chair Early and the board, open to any input, thoughts, questions regarding the amendments to Chapter 15 as proposed.
Great, thank you, Josh. And so you've already spoken with the chief proponents of the bill?
Yes, that is correct. We went to them very early in the process after we developed some language. There's not a lot that the agency needs to do here. The statute change was pretty clear. And it is just to provide an optional licensing where it didn't exist before. So we've done that. To very briefly summarize, this says that someone that would typically just be an outfitter and guide, so someone carrying less than 7 individuals for hire, so long as they do what would be required of a charter boat with 7 or more, they can receive that charter designation.
And just to clarify, some of the intent behind this was because a lot of it had to do with the fact that a lot of federal funding, emergency type funding that comes through uses charter classifications as a determinant as to whether or not somebody would be able to receive that funding. So that was one of the major reasons why the proponents of this were interested in having this opportunity to be able to register that way.
And,
So go ahead.
Chair Early, no, that is correct, at least our belief in the intention too. I would say it's not clear whether this truly addresses those concerns because this does not change how they at the federal level designate between charters and not. So it is unclear whether that person's problems, I guess, are solved with this bill and then our subsequent implementation of it. But I believe that we did everything that we could to meet the intent of the bill.
And all of these, I know you already indicated, but these are all in compliance with all of the U.S. Coast Guard regulations as well, taking that into account. All these changes. Yes.
Randy, I see you on. I'm going to defer that question to you if that's okay.
Thank you, Josh. Chair Early, yes, we considered those carefully and talked to our District 13 voting safety representatives. We had to thread a needle with this, which may be a little bit of the frustration with the principal bill advocate, because they wanted us to basically adopt language that said they would go through a Coast Guard sort of inspection, and we can't do that. We have to do the next best thing, which with language we had developed in the past. So we worked really hard to thread that needle very carefully and meet the intent of the legislation. And to your earlier question, does this address any concern about federal funds for disaster relief and things like that to charter vessels? I think we have been able to work with the federal partners in the past to achieve the goals of when those sorts of things occur, but this should even further clarify that. So it should meet those concerns.
I think you guys have done a great job of putting this all together with the intent of the legislation and also with the concerns from the proponent. So do you need us to open rulemaking or something for this so that you can make these changes? I mean, I know it's legislation, so what do you need from us, Josh?
Chair Early, because this was prompted by legislation, the legislation effectively opened the rulemaking process. So I don't need any formal opening from the board. But I did want to make sure that the board gave a blessing to the language that we were going to propose to implement that legislation. So that's kind of why we're here now. So unless the board would like some changes to what's proposed, staff will file these rules within the next couple of days, seek some public comment on them through November, and then likely file the rules before the first of the year, unless there is significant public input or comment that makes us kind of revisit the language. So that's where we are in the process.
And would this change in optional classification be available for the 2022 licensing year for these boats, even at that late date?
Yes, the legislation goes into effect, I believe, January 1st. Our goal was to have these rules in place for January 1st. So anyone after that time would be able to apply for this optional license.
And Randy, I know this kind of is a question for you or Cindy, but is that ready to roll also?
Yes, I believe it is. We've discussed this with the Guide Advisory Committee.
I know.
They seem to understand, and we're ready to move with it.
Sounds good. Does anybody have any other questions or concerns regarding House Bill 2777? Would you like a motion, Josh, to move forward?
Chair Early, I don't believe it's necessary, but if the board would like to make a motion to, actually, how about we wait until the end of this item and then the board can make a motion to just endorse the staff's direction on implementing the legislative bills of this session. That might be a little cleaner.
That would be wonderful. So we'll let you move on to House Bill 2549.
Sure, thank you. House Bill 2549 required state agencies that operate public access to floatable waterways to provide information on those closures to the State Marine Board. The bill requires us to seek some agency and then public input on the process we use to get that information from affected state agencies, and then also the manner in which that data is then presented to the public. This bill was not necessarily directed at us. It was directed primarily at other state agencies that may or may not have been completely clear on when they close, alter, restrict, whatever, access to waters, and therefore kind of catching the public off guard. That was kind of the impetus for this bill. But since we as the Marine Board are kind of the curator for boating closure information anyway, because we have our Boat Oregon map, we were brought in as the agency that would take all that information in and then present it to the public. From a rulemaking perspective, there's almost nothing that we feel like we need to do. We did propose one rule that's in your packet right now that just specifies the timeline for which agencies need to report to us, just so we have time to then produce this report to the legislature. But we also created a form, ran this by many state agencies, ones that could operate public access to floatable waters, on how they would report to us. And then we've also have a draft of what the public will see when they look for closures. I'm going to very briefly share my screen here just to show you what that looks like. Okay, you should be looking at the online form. We made this as simple as possible for those state agencies, and we got some input on them. So they just basically go in here and say, hey, I'm Department of Fish and Wildlife, contact information, where the site is that they're proposing to close or maintain or reopen, whatever, and then just some very brief details on that closure, just so then we can then present that on a map that we make available to the public. And then for the public, this will be available as a layer on our Boat Oregon map. This is just kind of a draft right now to show what it would look like, but for instance, any sites that are closed, they would be indicated by, a certain colored, the red dots, for instance. Open sites are currently on here as green, sites with no information that we assume are open are blue. So pretty basic, not very different than what we have already. I would say so far we've had nothing but good interactions. I'm not sharing anymore, right? Okay, good. Good interactions with those state agencies that are going to be complying with this. I don't see any issue, and I think overall this is probably a good thing for boaters and just awareness of what access is open, what's not. So again, at this point, if the board has any input on our reporting tool, the outward facing map, or on the one proposed rule that we have in the board book, I guess now is the time to bring up any of those questions or concerns.
It doesn't look like there are any, so you're on a roll, Josh.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you, Chair Early. The next one was House Bill 5006. Again, Dorothy and Director Warren addressed that. That is that funding for abandoned and derelict vessels. This was not mentioned previously, I believe, by Dorothy or Director Warren, but we will likely be updating the board on the progress of both the AVRAP and the implementation of those ARPA funds. At least twice a year, if not almost every board meeting going forward. So we'll provide continuous updates on that, just so the board knows where we are with that. The last bill was Senate Bill 289, which I mentioned was a bill brought forward by the governor's office to address equity in the outdoors and to penalize folks convicted of bias crimes when recreating in Oregon's outdoors. Initially in the board book, I wrote down that Oregon Parks and Recreation Department was doing a small rulemaking to kind of clarify their process on implementing that bill, and we were going to mirror that because this bill was kind of much more focused on parks than it was on the Marine Board. But after looking at the rules that they put forward, after examining the language in the bill, we as staff don't believe that there's anything additional we need to do to implement that legislation. I think the statutes are pretty clear on our rule there. And for those of you that might not be familiar with the bill, it basically says that if you're convicted of a bias crime while in a state park or boating, then either the courts or the State Marine Board will take away your privileges for a period of 1 to 5 years. We will do that. I think most likely the courts will be proactive in issuing the revocation of those rights. But if that doesn't happen, then we as the Marine Board are poised to do so. So nothing additional on that, but it's something that the board should be aware of that passed the legislature. And I think it's a good bill, you know, going in the right direction for outdoor equity in Oregon.
Great, thank you very much, Josh. So are there any broad questions or a motion to endorse the actions that have been proposed here? We can't hear you, Craig. You're going to have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. A couple questions on Senate Bill 289. First, it looks like there's two parts of it. Increasing environmental equity. What does that mean?
Member Withey, I think that's an excellent question. It being not a Marine Board bill, I almost hazard a, I'll do my best to answer that in the spirit of the proponents of the bill. I think it's to ensure that anyone recreating in the outdoors, whether it's on boats or in parks, have an equal opportunity to participate in those activities. And part of that is to feel welcome and safe when doing those activities. The spirit of the bill was to eliminate those barriers for some folks to participate or to go camping or to go boating. And one of those barriers, unfortunately, is sometimes the fact that other folks are not maybe necessarily accepting of certain individuals in this outdoor space. So this bill addresses that directly by eliminating that barrier, and those that may serve as a barrier to others or lose their rights to recreate in the outdoors in Oregon.
So what you're saying is this needs to be read together and not separately. Increasing equity is required to avoid people discriminating, I guess, if you will, against disadvantaged people. But one could read it separately. There's two parts to it. One is increasing environmental equity by providing more accessibility. And then the second part was to avoid bias crimes interfering with access. So I'm just trying to understand what the bill really means. Can you define what a bias crime is?
It was in the legislation. They had some definitions in the legislation.
Do they? Okay, I can go look at that.
Yeah, I was just, thank you, Chair Early. I was going to say, so the bill itself, to address both things that you just said, Member Withey, the relating to clause in the bill is very broad, and it's about increasing environmental equity. The bill itself and all the language within is strictly aimed at those bias crimes and restricting those individuals. So the actual bill language itself is not as broad as maybe the relating to clause necessarily indicates. Regarding the bias crime, and it is, I'm reading the bill right now, so give me a second. So if you are in violation of ORS 166, 155, or 166, 165, which are the definitions of bias crimes, and you are doing those things while on the waters of this state or on publicly owned land used for outdoor recreation, then the Marine Board and ODF&W and parks shall strip away your rights for some period of time. So those are defined there. I can look up those ORS if you want me to. I don't have them in front of me.
Not necessary. I can look it up myself.
So I would make a motion that we give Josh some direction and approval of the progress that he has made so far to continue this path.
I second that.
Any other questions or any other concerns? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much, Josh. So we're going to move on to item E, which is the legislative concept work session, and it's Josh and Randy are going to be doing this together.
Thank you, Chair Early. In reality, it's going to be 90% Randy, and I'm just going to introduce it and let him do the dirty work. But yeah, so now looking forward to the next session after we just discussed the last one. Staff have been working over the past 6 months or so. Part of this is with direction from the board on legislative concepts that we would bring forward through the governor's office to the legislature for the 2023 session. I know that feels pretty far away, but it's a long kind of process to craft a bill and then get governor's approval to bring it forward. And so we start on that pretty early. We have 2 potential concepts that we're bringing to you today. One was something that was it's a reiteration of what was tried in the 2019 session, and the other one is a product of a work session on personal flotation device use and some safety statistics in Oregon that the board heard in January of this year. Before I kick it to Randy, because Randy's the subject matter expert on both of these topics, so I'm going to drive the slides and I'm going to let Randy take the details. But just so the board's aware of the timeline here, what we're looking for is some board direction on what exactly would be in a concept or a couple concepts that the board carries forward to the governor's office and then potentially the legislature, given provided we get governor approval. So we have some options, especially on the PFD concept. We have some options for the board to discuss, and then what we'd like to leave here with is, the board wants staff to pursue option A, B, and D, or 1, 2, 4, however we have it numbered, and then we would go forward and put that into bill type language, and then approach the governor's office with it in the next 3 to 6 months. That's what that timeline looks like. So right now we're not necessarily wordsmithing, but we want to make sure that we're on the same page with the board on what would be in that general concept. So that's what we're looking for now. Unless you have any additional questions on that kind of timeline element, I'm going to kick it to you, Randy, to briefly lay out what is in these concepts. We have them written in detail in your board book. And then what we'd like to see is kind of a board discussion on where the board would like to go on some of these potentially controversial topics. So are there any questions about the process before I let Randy go? Okay, Mr. Henry, then I think that is your cue to take it away. I have some slides, at least on the PFD concept, that I will get up on the screen and try to follow your concept.
All right, go ahead. Is it there yet?
Not there yet.
They're coming. Just PowerPoint needs a second.
Okay, well, I'll at least start with an introduction and assume that's coming up here in the next minute. Chair Early, members of the board, I have to say this proposal for changes to the personal flotation device rules in the state is not something that I personally take lightly. I'm a lifelong Oregonian. I've been in natural resource work for 32 years of my career. Safety has always been at the center of that. When I was at Fish and Wildlife, it was all about hunter education and helping people have and safely enjoy the outdoors. And in my entire 23 years here at the Oregon State Marine Board, safety has always been at the center of that. So in some ways, this life jacket legislation is a little bit of the culmination of a career. And we had some excellent internal discussions based on our board reports in the past, based on the petition that we received 1.5 years ago, and based on the data of the accidents that we see occurring across the state amidst the growth that we're seeing in small boat use across the state. I guess I'm just prefacing this as an informed effort at a solution to a safety issue, and it's one that we don't take lightly. We take this very seriously, and I'll be very interested in any direction or comments from the board on this. So looking at option 1, this is the personal flotation device rules. Really, the first section there that we see is just getting what we do right now into statute so it's fully defensible in a court of law. Back in the mid-90s, when the 12 and under law was adopted, when 12 and under rules were adopted, There was interpretation through the AG's office at the time that we could do that in rule, or we could do it in statute. And the way we did it in rule was to state, or with the logic that for a 12 or under person to be considered to having a life jacket readily accessible, it really had to be on. We don't feel like that's the case anymore. We've had some direction that that's not going to hold up. And in fact, as noted in the board report, we've had one incident where a citation was issued and rejected because of the lack of clarity in statute. So to address this issue, we went through what is commonly considered, what I would commonly consider as the low-hanging fruit. The life jacket requirements that are readily accepted across the state, have strong support, and that just need to be bolstered through this review process. We need to take what's in rule and put it in statute. So we're talking about, this is organizational for the most part, and some clarification. We want to put the class 3 or higher whitewater requirement that's already in statute. We want to put these other in the same place. So children 12 and younger, we'd like to put in statute so it's absolutely crystal clear that that is within the board's authority to enforce that. The personal watercraft requirement is consistent with what many states across the U.S. do. Again, that's a requirement that is in rule and may not necessarily be supported in statute, so we want to put that in statute. That is well accepted. It's supported by years of work related to the type of operation that you see on personal watercraft. We need each operator to wear a life jacket. It needs to be inherently buoyant. So that's the first part. Again, I would say that's the easy piece. I don't know too many folks who would oppose that. Okay, on to the next one. Option 2 is a little bit out there, but it's also one that has people have been coming to me, law enforcement has been coming to me for a good 12, 14 years now and saying, now, why again are they exempt? And the reason that I bring this one forward is I think back in the 50s and 60s when the U.S. Coast Guard exempted racing shells, rowing sculls, racing canoes, and racing kayaks, the world was kind of a different place. Those were organized sports through colleges and universities and clubs, and they managed it as such. We're in a time now where a lot of this is done recreationally, and as quickly as boating is evolving. I went on last night and looked up racing SUPs, and there are myriad racing SUPs out there. And I think under this rule, you would not be required to have a PFD on your boat anywhere if you were a racing SUP. So we're trying to kind of bring that back in. If you're doing this recreationally, you need to have some kind of a personal flotation device with you. The inflatable belt packs are an innovation that make that very easily. The language would also be clarified to say if you are in a racing situation, you would be exempted. So if you've got a safety boat following you, or if you're in an authorized competitive event, you're good to go. You don't need the life jackets and all that. We've seen several incidents in recent years that could have been that were very close to significant casualty events where there were inadequate life jackets on the safety boats or in the shells, and we would like to address that and bring them to consistency with the rest of recreational boating out there. Again, minimal impacts to the organizations, universities and so forth, but if you're operating from a recreational standpoint, have a life jacket on board. So that's that's number 2. Okay, going to number 3. All right, so we sat down as a team here in the boating safety program, and we looked at it from an exposure standpoint, which is a little bit different than looking at it from a raw numbers standpoint. If 90% of your boaters are operating in July, of course, you're going to see a large number of incidents and potentially fatalities at that time of year. But if there's only a small numbers operating in the shoulder seasons, or in specific high-risk areas, you may not see a significant number of fatalities, but the risk per hour of operation may be very high. We have seen, I believe that the Class 3 whitewater requirement has worked very well. That's been a statute now for, I think, 12 years. So looking at that, we decided, we looked around the different situations out there, and we looked at crossing the bar. That's an idea that has been put forward many times, at least internally, requiring somebody to wear a PFD when they're crossing a coastal bar. There's a lot that goes with that. All of our bars are very different. Is it that, is there a magic dotted line across the mouth of a bay that is the bar? Not quite. It's not quite that simple. They are well defined in federal code, though, as the line of demarcation. So I think we would adopt that, but the finer language would be addressed in rule. Our initial concepts were to say, within a mile or 2 miles of the bar, but a mile or 2 mile of some bars is an entire, is the entire bay, and in other sections it would be an inadequate protection. So again, focused on boats 26 feet in length when crossing a coastal bar, all persons, the operator and all occupants would be required to wear a U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket. I think in rule we would have an exemption there, and that would be unless you're inside of the cabin. That's some discussion that should be had at that time. But in general, if you're on your boat crossing the bar, put your life jacket on. Once you get outside, you can take it off. Next one. Okay, this one, the simplest rule in the world would be just to require people to wear life jackets 24 hours a day when they're on the boat, anytime, place, day of the year. That's a pretty onerous recommendation that felt beyond us in considering. Again, we looked at that risk sort of analysis in trying to manage risk and in trying to get operators and looking at the growth in the small boat segment of Oregon's boating fleet and getting them to both be safe by complying with the law, but also adopt an attitude of safety and just get used to wearing it. So we looked at the season, October 15th to May 15th. It's a little bit arbitrary to choose that time period, but I actually spent time going over the last few years of fatality reports and drawing lines when this requirement would have moved the needle towards fewer fatalities. If we say went October 15th to June 15th, would that make a significant difference? It depends on the year. We had a year 3 years ago where if everybody who was in a fatal incident who didn't have a life jacket on had a life jacket on, would it have saved lives? It would have saved 3 more 1 year than it would have in the other years. Generally, May 15th is a pretty good generalized marker. If you go into the water before that, your risk because of cold water and high water is much greater. You're less able to save yourself. There's fewer other boaters out there to rescue you. Many of our law enforcement programs have not stepped up for the year, so they're less able to respond. This is just a generally good time, we think, to implement that. We did the 16 feet in length and under to address those small craft that are operating that time of year. Typically, that's going to be non-motorized kayaks, SUPs, other small boats that are just inherently unstable. But certainly in this last year, we saw small boats like that, motorboats with electric motors and so forth, tipping over in Netarts Bay, no life jackets, multiple fatalities, that sort of thing. So cold water, inclement weather, fewer people out there, small boats, unstable boats, let's put them in life jackets. So that was kind of the rationale for going with that. There are so many different types of options out there to consider in this. We talked about a lot of them. We discussed many different ideas and sort of brought this back as a way to focus on the high-risk operations. A lot of the folks that are operating this time of year are already wearing life jackets. Let's get the rest of them in life jackets, especially the novice operators. We ended up with a selection that we think addresses risk without being particularly onerous in, state mandated requirements. I think, yeah, those are the proposals. The wording that you see there is draft. It's not final. We could tweak dates, we could tweak size, we could pull numbers together if you wanted to try different things and that sort of thing. But that's the proposal that we have before you today. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Well, I have several.
All right.
It sounds like there's going to be several, so let's take them in order. There, Craig, go ahead, and then Member Jackson, Laura, you'll be next.
I couldn't understand you. You were sounding like you were in a tunnel.
Okay,
Oh,
go ahead, Craig.
Okay. First of all, I fully support what you're trying to do here, and I want to help you as best I can. But there's some questions I have. First of all, what's the definition of inherently buoyant? I would feel more comfortable saying what type of life vest they have to wear. I don't understand what inherently buoyant means.
All right. Chair Lee, Member Withey, inherently buoyant just means that it has the flotation built into it. So that's your basic life jacket, as opposed to an inflatable life jacket that is not inherently buoyant. So when you're on a PWC, a personal watercraft, or you're going through Class 3 whitewater, a inflatable life jacket is not appropriate for that use. It would need to be one that's inherently buoyant.
So I'd be more comfortable if we said that instead of saying inherently buoyant. The racing, my concern is whitewater rafting. Having a second vessel in whitewater rafting isn't going to help if you're in Class 5 water. So I would think, I don't know if you need to call that out separately or make sure it's understood that people are engaged in whitewater rafting, you have to wear a life vest.
Okay, I think we're talking about things that would qualify as a racing. I mean, that's an interesting point. Maybe that language isn't clear enough. We're really talking about the rowing sculls, racing shells, those sorts of things. I have not professionally heard someone claim a raft as a racing craft.
Well, there is some whitewater rafting races in the country. I don't know if there's any in Oregon, but they do occur in the country. And, you know, I've had folks go in the water in Class 4 rapids. A second craft isn't going to help them necessarily. So my concern is that we make sure that that's clear. On your cold water requirements, I agree with the requirement. I'm a little concerned the way the language is written, that we don't imply that it's okay with the board that they don't have to wear a life vest outside those dates. The way it's written, one would, I think it implies that outside of the October 15th to May 15th, you're okay with not wearing one. And I'm concerned about that implication.
All right. I mean, currently they're not required to wear one. We're just establishing.
But they need to be encouraged to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that.
So I would ask that we write that so they are encouraged to do it, but it's mandatory during those dates.
Okay.
I'm not sure that you can require something in statute or in rule that would be a suggestion, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, that is done. We've got other examples out there, and in the end, they're kind of meaningless. I think about the outfitter or the charter requirements that suggest, you know, all the equipment that you need to have on a boat, but and that causes a great deal of confusion. So I know on the outreach side, that can certainly be packaged with this. When that law comes into effect, it would be, you know, we're requiring it this time, but you're always encouraged to wear a life jacket, just as our messaging is now. And there may be a way we can look at a potential language to say, you know, the board will encourage, you know, use all year long, but during these dates it's required. I'm just not sure. I would want to talk with our AG and some other folks on that, but I understand your concern.
Thanks, Randy.
Laura?
Hang tight, Randy. You're going to get bombarded.
I'm sure.
So I think the proposal, the consolidation of the rules into laws is a great idea. No problem with that. No problem with the cold water stuff. No problem with the bar crossing stuff. The exemption, not loophole, the exemption granted. First question I have, is there any data in Oregon of a situation, because you mentioned one recently about, and you just said the accompanying launch didn't have enough life jackets. Are there examples in Oregon of situations where unescorted rowers, racing kayaks, racing canoes would have had a different outcome had they been carrying a life jacket? I ran this out to a bunch of coaches, a bunch of lifetime rowers, lifetime coaches, people involved in the rowing world. And they all said this is a solution in search of a problem. Nationwide, most of the fatal stuff has been either somebody having a seizure or sudden cardiac arrest, where carrying a PFD is not going to change the outcome. That's my first question or comment.
Okay. And Member Jackson, my response to that is you're right. When we look through the data, there's not fatalities. To be clear, I couldn't find reference to a single fatality from somebody who's in a racing scull or a kayak. I have worked with law enforcement over the years, and the question, one question was an individual miles away from the launch in Klamath Lake on a small one-person scull who argued that they didn't need to have a life jacket because they were exempt. And the frustration and the message that sends to other users who are out there in small craft who are required. So the consistency is the prime piece of this. And as things have changed, do we really want people using that exemption on racing SUPs when we've seen the increase in that? When we crafted the language, it was to try to have to really have no impact on the organized sports or the sports that provide the safety launches and that sort of thing to support the activity.
So that goes to my second question.
Yeah.
In Portland, so under U.S. Rowing's best management practices and the insurance that rowing organizations carry, youth rowers basically are not allowed to go out without a launch. It's a lot more flexible with masters. And so the comment that it's not necessarily impacting clubs isn't necessarily correct, because people are going out from clubs without launches in singles, doubles, fours, and eights. And so obviously those organizations would have to start providing in-boat PFDs for those folks, which then goes to my next comment, which is boat design has actually gotten more safe in the 40-some years that I've been rowing, in terms of, a wood boat gets bumped, it cracks, it fills up, it sinks. The Kevlar and composite boats are much harder to breach the sealed compartments. They're also making boats with much smaller footwells and areas in them now, again, to keep water out. Talking to people who've bought boats recently, singles who train by themselves some days of the week, and the single that I bought a couple of years ago, I barely have room for a t-shirt or something that I might take off during my workout, a pair of cheap flip-flops, and a 16-ounce water bottle. So there really isn't any place to put them in many of the modern racing boats. And then going into kayaks, is Ethan online, Ethan Ackerman? Because he mentioned some stuff about the performance and racing paddlers in his report. So I'm just going to ask you, when you were out this summer and you did see people on what would fall into the racing categories, primarily the paddle boats, the outriggers, surf skis, stuff like that. Most of those people, it's my understanding, most of those people already are wearing or carrying.
That's correct. Yeah, what I noticed is that they have PFDs that are strapped to the back of their boats, or they have one that's inside of their boat. For example, in like a sprint kayak boat, you can put it inside the boat and it's stored there. And in the case of an emergency, if you have to, you can pull it out. Another thing to mention too, along with that, is in competitions right now, such as like the Gorge Downwind race and in like the race around Ross Island, you're required to wear a PFD, and that could just be like one of those belt packs that Randy was talking about. Or it could be an actual PFD like that's attached to your body. But yeah, what I noticed this summer is that most of the people that were in performance boats were wearing or had something on the back of their boat.
Thank you. So again, my comment on this one is a lot of the folks in the rowing world would not support it. I think it's a solution in search of a problem. And are there any other states that are doing it?
That's a good question. I don't believe so. We'd be the first on that.
So no data, First State, I can't support it.
Okay. Well, it's my job to be the safety advocate and look for things out there that raised a concern. So that's the point of that. But I understand that not all these ideas will have strong support.
And thank you, Ethan.
And so, Randy, when you are looking at these options, are you looking at putting them all together in one or separating them out into different legislative concepts? Because I would agree with Laura that you're going to see some problems in some of these areas and possibly not in others. And so that's why I'm concerned that, 4 legislative concepts is probably a lot for PFD legislation, but is that your intent?
Charlie, I'm going to invite Josh to talk. We've discussed that strategy, and with option number 1 being a really crucial one, we've talked about offering that up as a single piece of legislation. Josh, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Randy. So the intent here was, as Randy just mentioned, option 1, we believe, well, first, we've heard the direction from the board that bringing forward a legislative concept around PFDs would be supported, or at least definitely entertained. We believe option 1 would be the bare bones minimum that we would bring forward. The ideas with option 2 through 4, and to admit, we understand that there's pros and cons of all those other options. We were trying to bring a buffet of options to the board, if you will, to see what else the board might support in that concept. So we're talking about a single legislative concept about PFDs. I see that being option 1, and then option 1 and 2 and or 3 and or 4, maybe 1 and 4, maybe 2 and 3, maybe it's just option 1. So that's kind of the thought here, not to look at these individually, but hey, look at each one. Which would you support in a concept? Which the board does not support? And as Randy mentioned, I mean, some of these certainly have some downsides. We feel it's our obligation to bring those forward to the board for consideration. But you're not going to hurt anyone's feelings if some of the options don't go through. These were just things that came up when looking at the data, and then also what we're hearing from law enforcement.
Thank you, Josh. So that helps to clarify things. So anyway, I would agree with Laura on portions of what she voiced about option number 2. I see that there could probably be some problems with that, even though life jackets have changed a lot since the initial legislation or the rules were put into place regarding the exemptions. I can see where, it would be beneficial to maybe not have it be in statute as a requirement at this time, but maybe an encouragement. But then also option number 4, I think, is going to probably encounter some difficulties. Not that it's not needed, because cold water we know is an issue, but the 16-foot length is going to rake in a whole bunch of drift boats, and I'm not sure that you're gonna probably get some kickback on that, because it's going to impact a lot of just recreational boaters that are out there in the wintertime in drift boats.
I just have a quick clarifying question. Randy, maybe you could explain the recent court case that brought into question the board's authority. Just looking for some context on that.
All right. Chair Early, Member Morin, that particular incident occurred a couple years ago now in Klamath County and involved 11-year-old youth that did not have a life jacket on and was cited. It went to local court, and the judge referenced statute and said that he didn't feel it was supported in statute, and threw out the citation. That occurred at a time we have had internal discussions now for a number of years about that concern, and that was the first time that we'd seen that underlined. We've seen it also happen in the past with the definition of awake, which caused us to quit issuing citations for slow and awake violations during a 1.5 year time period while we went back and resolved that problem. That particular rule is really foundational for life jacket safety in this state. The idea of losing that authority is pretty scary. So we feel like we need to be at least somewhat proactive and get this clarified in statute.
Thank you. Totally agree. It just caught me by surprise because that seems like a fairly accepted rule, if you will, around the state that children under 12 must wear a life jacket.
Okay, are there some additional questions or thoughts or guidance? Oh, I'm no longer on live. Can
No, you're
everybody hear
fine.
me okay? Okay.
So Chair Early, I would just add, I think we're actually on this one looking for a motion on what the board would support. And to echo Josh and Randy's sentiments on this, we talk a lot about boating safety. We talk a lot about life jacket use, and trust me, the easiest one and the one that we hope we at least emerge with today is the option one. We thought it's always, there's certainly ideas that even go, as Randy said, in the perfect world, people would wear life jackets 24 hours a day. But we know, that's dead on arrival. So trying to find some ideas in between. So I guess for the board, we would be hoping to get a motion today on which options you think we could move forward with.
Okay, so we can take these either separately or kind of as a lump. And what's the board's flavor on that one? We can look at option number one and have a motion to move that one forward, and then we can address each additional option afterwards. Probably that. Let's start with that one. We're gonna look at option number one. So anybody have any other questions on option number one?
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with option number one for the 2023 legislative package.
Second.
I second it.
Oh, thank you, Laura, and thank you, Colleen. Sounds like we have some pretty broad support for this one. Are there any other questions? I think that Member Moran actually said pretty concisely that it's pretty well considered statewide that this is the case. So getting it just in line with statute would be prudent.
I have a question. What does moving forward mean?
It means that they would continue to pursue this as part of the legislative concepts and submit it to the governor's office. With or without options 2, 3, and 4, we will look at those next to see whether to include those in an overall package.
So does that mean we'll see this again or we won't see it again?
We will see it again. Correct?
Chair Early, that is correct. After getting direction from the board today, we'll craft this into bill language that we would then bring forward to the governor's office, but we would bring it to the board so they could see that language, which would pretty much look exactly like what was just up on the screen, but more in kind of bill form. And then remember, Withy, the process looks like it goes to the governor's office for them to approve it, because ultimately this would go to the legislature on behalf of the governor's office or from the governor's office on behalf of the State Marine Board. And then it goes to the legislature and goes through the public process. So regardless of what the board may endorse or not today, it does not necessarily mean anything will become law. This will then just go to the legislature and be treated like any other bill.
And as a reminder for board members, we're talking about this would be brought forward to the 2023 session, so not the 2022 session, but just procedurally, we'll start having to kind of put our ideas into systems sooner than later, so the governor's office has time to consider the bills.
Does that clarify for you, Craig?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. to go ahead and move forward with option 1 at this time. And all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. So then we need to look at option number 2, which would be the racing shells, and see how people feel about moving that forward as part of this package and legislative concept.
I'd like to make a motion that we not move forward with option 2 at this time.
Is there-
Chair, oh, sorry.
Go,
Chair,
go ahead.
yeah,
Laura, is there a way to write this so it'd be more acceptable to you?
At this point, no. The boaters, the boating users that are listed in those are probably some of the most educated and safety conscious boaters in the state. And I don't feel that there is a need to put this into law, because in a lot of cases it is part of best management practices of the organizations that people are a part of and the people that operate independently. Because a lot of people, this would affect a person like myself who trains with a club and goes out with a coach a couple days a week, but on other days goes out by myself. And I don't change my safety practices on the days when I'm with a coach or without a coach. And I think that kind of follows that it's a solution that's searching for a problem at this point in time and does not reach to the level of needing to be a law right now.
Director Warren, did you have something you wanted to say?
I actually, member Withy helped me out there. I just wanted to remind the board, and it, again, certainly picked up that not a lot of support for option 2, but just in general, if there's anything on the language that could be changed on any of these to make it more supported, certainly that's an option, but I was clearly understanding we're not there with option 2, but just as a reminder, this is a chance for the board to weigh in on any language changes that make an option more palatable, even if you're going to support or not support. So,
Well, yeah, I want to pursue this a little further with Laura. You know, we've got a lot of complaints with people practicing in racing stalls, et cetera, being swamped or going into the water. Now, I don't think they were the experts that you're speaking of. These were students or beginners or novices. I'm concerned about their welfare, and maybe there's a way that we could write this so they would be wearing PFDs when they went in the water.
I mean, I guess there's so many angles that I can poke holes into this. Most of the data that you can find through US Rowing and on some of the rowing safety websites, and I'm specifically speaking to rowing right now, the incidents are still happening with boats that are being supervised by coaching launches. The law that, as proposed right now, it's saying unescorted, essentially people training or practicing recreationally. There's no data to support that class of people having a problem. We were talking about this over coffee a couple of weeks ago when this first proposal came out to the board book, and talking to some of my rowing friends about, okay, so you've got your inflatable belt pack in your boat, you're in the water somehow, some way. Are you going to try to right your boat and get back in it? Or are you going to fumble around, pull out your belt pack, let go of your boat because it takes 2 hands to put on a belt pack, get yourself in the PFD, and then try to get in the boat? And what would that look like? Because rowing shells have moving parts. And the whole thing about having to move your seat, your oars, all that kind of stuff. Folks were saying, you know, the PFD would actually inhibit a speedy recovery of trying to get back into my boat or trying to get on top of the boat to at least be in a safe position. So from the rowing perspective, it doesn't really make sense.
The wording here was for people that were involved in racing. So people who are not involved in racing are still required to wear PFDs, correct?
No.
So nobody in a
It's an exemption that was made for a type of boat. And I believe, Randy, correct me if I'm wrong, the exemption basically was refined to say boats that are designed for racing and accepted as a racing type boat by the International Authority for whichever sport you're talking about, which gets back to that issue of rafting, because there actually is, ACA does support whitewater rafting racing. But a boat designed for racing, I mean, my rowing shell is a national level caliber competition boat. And some days I take it out with a coach and some days I don't. And sometimes I go to races and sometimes I'm just training on the river. So under the current law, I don't have to carry or wear a PFD.
So how do you differentiate on the water between a racing canoe and a regular canoe?
You know, that's been the lifelong problem. I mean, the law enforcement folks pretty much get what a racing shell is, but a surf ski versus a 16-foot surf ski versus a 16-foot kayak, that's a little bit harder. But again, most of those racing canoe and kayak people are carrying or are wearing pretty much all the time anyway, per what Ethan said and per what I've seen.
Well, I'm still concerned about it. I know in the canoe situation, there's a lot of people that need to have a PFD on, whether they're racing or not. And I've seen occurrences where they nearly drowned and had to be rescued. Unfortunately, there was people to respond close by. So I'm concerned that.
But those people are already covered under the current rules that say that they have to carry, as a recreational canoe, they have to carry. Most of the racing, we don't do a lot of sit and switch canoe here, like marathon river canoe racing in Oregon anymore. But all the people I know that practice that, pretty much the races require you to wear a life jacket while you're racing. And most of the people wear them while they're training, just so they're used to wearing it when they're in a situation for racing. So again, for the paddle sports people, it's kind of making a law what is already standard practice. And for the rowers, it's just something that is not, in my opinion, functionally appropriate. Recreational paddlers, recreational canoeists are still required under state law to carry them. The exemption is for boats that are designed for racing.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to understand how you tell the difference between the two.
So it sounds like
most people who paddle racing canoes know what they are, and most recreational paddlers, if they got in a racing canoe, would figure it out real quick because they'd be in the water.
So Chair Early, it strikes me listening on this that a solution might be, I think Member Jackson's pointing out, right? The folks immersed in this community are safe. They know who they are. They know what they're about. And that, that really the concern has always been on the fringe, the folks, somebody like hops in a kayak and says, this is a racing kayak, so that's why I'm not wearing my life jacket. So it strikes me that one way we might get at the concern would be through educating our law enforcement, and perhaps at a preseason type meeting, we could have someone like Member Jackson or someone from the community that's an expert, bring some of the boats in, talk about them, help bolster our law enforcement community so that if somebody who is out there trying to use this as an excuse that's in a recreational craft, helping law enforcement understand the difference between the racing and the recreation, which Craig, I think that's what you're getting at. And we can do that without a law, but we can also improve safety and support our law enforcement in understanding that. Something like that, Member Jackson, Member Withey, does that,
Okay, my concern is that we protect the public to the best we can, of course. And we are the board. We're trying to establish rules for protecting the lives of people. And we, members of the board, are suggesting we don't wear PFDs. That's concerning to me. And I understand Laurel's objections, and I appreciate them. On the other hand, I think we need to go as far as we can to require people to act properly on the water and wear PFDs. I see people in the water here on the Deschutes. 90% of them aren't wearing PFDs. They're all assuming they're in calm water and they're not going to have an issue. Of course, you don't have an issue until you have an issue. You don't drown until you drown, and then it's too late. So what we're trying to do here, what Randy's trying to do, is protect the boating public. So as members of the board, I want to go as far as we can to do that and require PFDs to the extent we can. So that's what I'm about.
So Craig, to your point, we're looking at legislation that has the best chance of passing to help protect some of the boating public. And it sounds to me like we're going to get quite a bit of kickback from the racing community over option 2. So in order to be able to get other components in a PFD package to be able to pass, it would be better to not include option 2.
That's why I was suggesting maybe we find another way to write it. So we include the people that need to have PFDs on in the language. So I'm ready to move on.
I would second Laura's motion. Are there any other questions or concerns? So Laura's motion was not to include option number 2. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 I'll say aye.
And you'll say aye. Okay. So that passes. I do agree that we could use definitely some verbiage that would educate regarding that. And possibly, there'll be some new ways that the racing community can help us to craft something, Laura, that would be included later. So then we need to move on to option number 3, which proposes a new life jacket requirement for crossing the bar for all those boats that are 26 feet in length and less. It says less than 26 feet, so not including 26 feet would be my guess. Okay, so any motion to include this in a legislative concept?
I make a motion that we include the requirement for crossing the bar in a legislative concept.
I second that.
Okay, Randy, have you talked with charter boat operators that are in these size boats to find out how they feel about it?
Chair Early, members of the board, actually, that's an excellent thing to bring up because given the commercial nature of that, there was probably a U.S. Coast Guard preemption concern about us requiring them for commercial operations for inspected passenger vessels. I should have anticipated that question. We'll certainly talk with them, but I'll talk with the U.S. Coast Guard first and see if that requirement even could be applied to them when crossing the bar. If you'll remember back to the Tacky 2 incident in the early 2000s, there was a statewide, or there was a legislative concept that would put that life jacket requirement on commercial operators, and the Coast Guard brought up the preemption issue at that time, and the state backed away from it. So this would be focused on recreational operators at this time, it would be my understanding, but I'll confirm that.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. I wouldn't have any problem with that as far as recreational boaters and under 26 feet in length crossing a bar. But I think that it does need some vetting out a bit as far as what those definitions would be.
Thank you. And Chair Early, with the recent incident down on Winchester Bay, we saw people in a cabin of the boat who had life jackets on, and because of being in the entrapment issue, the life jackets can in some situations actually be a hindrance. So I think we'd want some nuance in the regulation to clarify that in the future as well.
Absolutely, and you'd mentioned that already, that inside of a cabin would have an exemption. So it would, I look forward to seeing that further vetted out and the concept refined.
So Chair Early, I have a question for you. Why do we keep wanting to exempt commercial operators from these requirements?
Well, go ahead, Randy. Why don't you answer that
Yeah.
one?
All right, thank you. Chair Early, Member Withy. The issue is what we refer to as preemption. The U.S. Coast Guard has granted an exemption from preemption for recreational boating life jacket requirements. In other words, the state can be more restrictive than what the Coast Guard recommends in regards to recreational boating life jackets. They maintain preemption for all commercial operations. So they actually, in federal law, states are prohibited from enacting regulations that deviate from the federal requirement. So we functionally can't. Our funding would be at risk if we did that.
So you're saying it's out of our jurisdiction?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so I apologize. We do have a motion and a second, multiple seconds for this to go ahead and be included in a legislative concept. Are there any other questions or concerns? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And then option number 4 is the option for small boat operations in cold water seasons. October 15th to May 15th of each year, and boats less than 16 feet in length. So motions or thoughts, concerns?
One question about the dates. I know we had input from the public involvement process about changing the dates to make it a slightly broader. I'm wondering if we want to consider a different date range, October 1 to end of May, something like that, or do a little bit more public outreach to refine what that date range might be. But I support this.
Was that a motion?
I move that we include option number 4 in the legislative package for 2023.
I second it.
Okay, I would have some concerns with the length. I think that it would be useful to maybe reach out to some boating communities and find out, you know, kind of the average size of some of those boats, especially cold water type boats, drift boats, and see where that line is, so to speak. So that would be my only concern.
So Randy,
I
how'd you come up with 16 feet?
Chair Early, Member Withy, we just talked about the types of small boats. When we look at the incidents that occur, you have to draw the line somewhere. As you get above 16, you're usually in a more substantial, more stable boat. When you're below 16, it's narrower, less stable. As I was looking at this last night, it occurred to me too that a 18-foot canoe, you wouldn't be required in this in the off season, and certainly they're unstable. So there could be some refinement there. You could do parallels with registration requirements where, you know, all non-motorized craft would be required to have a life jacket in this time period, and motorboats 16 feet and under would be required. Or you could draw the line at, you know, 14 foot. The other thing we could do is in this vetting is, and I did this somewhat informally in looking at the risk data, fatality data over the last few years, is actually chart that out. I mean, the point is to draw a line where you're actually saving lives and you're not just feeling good about our new rule. When we look at the majority of the incidents over the last 4 years, they're typically small boats. They're single person kayaks, small canoes, stand-up paddle boards, small electric boats, you know, 14-foot rowboats with an electric motor on the back. That's what I have viewed as my primary sort of public for this, the much more informal, tippy small boat user. If we wanted to drop that language so we don't get the drift boats that are, you know, that are quite stable, we could do that too.
Well, I would be in favor of vetting it out additionally and getting some more refinement on that, on the definitions that are going to be in that one. Depending on what those look like, then, you know, I would be able to support that.
I
Okay.
would agree. Refinement of the dates and just a little more validation on the length thing, because I do agree that, especially during some of the edges of the timeline as proposed, there are larger canoes, kayaks out that would probably benefit from the requirement, like maybe 18 feet or something.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions or concerns on this one? Craig, did you have something?
No, I have nothing else.
Okay, so all those in favor of moving option 4 forward for further vetting, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I think that was it on that one, wasn't it? Okay. So before we move on to the next one, which is the mini jet boats, I just wanted to take a minute to thank Randy. So Randy has officially announced his retirement. So not sure we're going to hear from you in the January meeting, Randy.
I'll be back in January. I wouldn't miss it. That'll be
Okay.
probably my last day here.
All right. Well, then we'll save more for you for later. But just would like to commend you for all of your work, especially along the safety aspect of the Marine Board and on the boating waters in the state of Oregon. I know that there are a lot of boaters in the state that have benefited from your passion and desire to make our waters safer. So thank you.
Thank you.
I echo that, Randy. Thank you very much. And you've been very helpful to me as I try to learn what it takes to be a board member. So thank you.
All right, thank you. There is another legislative concept regarding the outfitter guide bill too, so don't forget that one.
Oh, that's right. I apologize. Yes, I just hadn't turned over my paper yet. So we are not quite moving on to item number F. So go ahead and take it away, Randy.
All right. So the legislative concept 2 is looks specifically at outfitter guide regulations, and at least a version of the board report that I have has the improper title for that. It's still talking about life jackets.
Right.
But this is item E on page 4. And this legislation is by and large the same legislation that was vetted through the Guide Advisory Committee and presented back in 2018 for the 2019 session. But we got hung up on a non-resident issue that caused some additional language to go in that eventually sort of killed the bill. So we came back, we cleaned out any of the concerning language that made it into that version and focused very simply on some of the core things that we wanted to change. And just, this is in your board report, but just as a brief overview, we wanted to clarify some of the issues related to charter boats and define them in a way so that if we have a violation on a boat because the captain did something, that the boat, right now on a charter boat, if the captain does something or there's a violation involved, we take action against the boat, not the individual. So if you have somebody who owns a charter boat and somebody else is captaining it, and that captain makes does something illegal for which a reprimand is required, we punish the boat, not the individual. So part of the language there would be to address that. We would like to add language that establishes a decked hand classification. Right now, and this is goes back to the 2011 legislation, where we clarified fishing guides and required anybody who participates in fishing or assists in fishing to be individually licensed as a guide. And there were a lot of good reasons to do that, but one of the unintended consequences was deckhands. If you've got a 14-year-old nephew who wants to learn the trade, they now have to register as a full outfitter guide, which can be problematic. So we're proposing a decked hand classification that would be a $25 annual fee. It sort of gets them on the roll. It creates sort of a training situation for them, and it opens up secondary help for the guide who's actually operating the boat. It would still, the good thing is it puts them into the system. They would still have to have first aid CPR training. So it's consistent with some of the requirements of Outfitter Guide, but it's not the $150 annual fee, and they will not be allowed to operate the boat as part of that. So it's a stepping. It's well supported by the Outfitter Guide community and charter community that we've talked to. On the hunting guide bond increase, hunting trips in Oregon and across the U.S. Are some top dollar. There are some top dollar opportunities here. It's not unusual for an out-of-state person to come to Oregon and to pay $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 for a guided hunt. When you're putting money down on that, you and the guide, something happens to the guide, they end up getting incarcerated for some reason, or they just don't end up seeing it through. That person can lose a lot of money. Right now we only require a $5,000 bond if you're putting a down, and that's for hunts where you put a down payment on. And talking with the hunting community, there's support to increase that to a $10,000 bond for all hunts. So if you're leading a hunted trip, you need to have a $10,000 bond. The Outfitter Guide would. When we looked at the actual cost increase this does for guides, it's pretty minimal, and in some cases zero. The $5,000 bond is about the same as a $10,000 bond. So that was one that was when we talked to the hunting guides through the GAC subcommittees, they said, why not? Motorboat clarification. This language would just clarify for in the instance of guiding, if you've got a motor on your boat, then you need to have the qualifications of a motorized boat guide. We have some situations now that are pretty vexing to law enforcement where they see a boat, say in a wild and scenic area on federally navigable waterway, and there's a motor on the boat and the guide is not licensed for that. And complaints, we get many complaints each year. As soon as law enforcement gone, that motor goes down and they start motoring back and forth through the waterway. So just an attempt to clarify, that. The Guide Advisory Committee selection, we thought we cleaned things up in 2011 when we changed a lot of old language in statute on who should be on the Guide Advisory Committee. We updated the language at that time to reflect the current number of committees out there as far as getting membership to the GAC, and that continues to evolve and change. So we just want to move that language out of statute and allow us to evolve to the diversity of guided operations that we have across the state. Bicycle guides, mountain climbing guides, that sort of thing. We want the Guided Advisory Committee to reflect all those types of use. So the language there would take some of the restrictions now that are kind of hardwired into statute. The other piece, the final piece there is we would like some statutory reinforcement on participating in the reward programs. You're probably all familiar with the Turn In a Poacher program. OSP has very successfully worked and ODFW has successfully worked with the Oregon Hunter Association to encourage the public to report illegal hunting activity. We are extending that to the guide community too. We have guide organizations that we would like to come under that umbrella and encourage people to turn in illegal guiding operations if they believe that's happening. But we lack some clear specific authority to have that relationship. So we have put that language in there. The language that you see attached to that is actually pretty specific. All we did was go through the 2019 bill and edit it and took out the language that was problematic and did some tweaks to clarify that. So in this case, you actually get to see some very specific language on how that bill would be implemented. Again, we have time before we get to spring when we'd need that language finalized, but it does give you something to look at. So that is the language that we're presenting at this time.
So just to clarify then, Randy, on the Guide Advisory Committee, the Guide Advisory Committee as part of statute would remain, but the specific groups as defined in statute would be eliminated?
They would be generalized to look for more no, let me look at the language here. To be more general, we would still seek geographic diversity as well as professional diversity. Whereas the language now is fairly specific to,
Yes.
I should know where this is.
I know, I was looking for it myself. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay, so it's on the last page. Nope, I'm sorry, that's the participation in that. Okay, it's on page, item E, page 24. Oh, there you go.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
hadn't got there yet.
So as
Okay.
you can see, we would have it up to 8 members representing 7 of the primary organizations. The remainder of positions will represent services or geographical areas of the state deemed to be underrepresented by the organizations as determined by the board. Now, it's a fairly minor tweak, but it's one that would aid us. We took some steps forward this year to increase the diversity on the Guide Advisory Committee, and we had the most diverse group of GAC members we've ever had. And I think Val was on the last meeting, and some of the discussions and input was really interesting. It was much broader ranging than we'd seen in the past.
Yes, it was excellent. Yes, excellent diversity within the Guide Advisory Committee, and actually more representative of what that committee was intended to do, I think. You know, as advice for the Marine Board on a variety of issues that members of the board may or may not be completely conversed in. So are there any other questions or concerns regarding this legislative concept? I would make a motion that you move forward with this legislative concept. I know you've got some more refinement to do for it, but I would be in favor of moving this forward.
Thank you.
A second.
Are there any other questions or comments for Randy and Josh for this legislative concept?
I just want to say thank you, Randy and Josh, for all the work on it. And, you know, reading it, it makes sense, but I kind of defer to Val because it's much more in her area of expertise. So if Val's cool with it.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Again, thank you to both Randy and Josh. A lot of work went into these, and look forward to seeing the next reiteration of it.
Thank you.
Now we can move on to item F, which is the mini jet boats. And Josh and Brian, are we ready to roll?
Yes, we're ready to roll. So thank you, Chair Early. One quick thing on the PFD legislative concept, just to clarify one piece. We'll probably be coming back in January on that option 4 regarding some more details on the length. You know, right now it was 16 foot, as well as those that season. And I think at that January meeting, we'll want to nail something down a little more concrete to go forward with. So the board can just expect that. Okay. Yes, for item F, mini jet boats. So we've recently become aware of a new type of boating becoming popular in Oregon. The use of small jet boats is being increasingly reported in some small streams and river channels across the state. The board has received quite a bit of material on this already, and there are some obvious safety concerns that I think that the board members probably figured out while seeing some of that media associated with the operation of these craft in areas typically only accessible to non-motorized craft. We did, as an agency, suspect that some other agencies with other jurisdictions might have concerns about some of the things and the resources under their control. So we did reach out to several of these entities that might have a potential interest. And we received some formal responses from namely the Bureau of Land Management as well as the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've also got some what I would call informal feedback from some other partners, including some of our tribal partners and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Every agency partner that we identified had some concerns from their point of view, and those ranged from habitat issues, concerns about wildlife, as well as some concerns about cultural resources associated with the operation of these craft in some novel water bodies, at least for motorized craft. So again, included in your board book is the packet of media that we distributed to some of these other agencies, and I wanted the board to see that as well. As the board may have noticed, unfortunately, there's some links in that packet to some videos on YouTube of some of the, we'll say, more egregious activities of people operating these boats. Those have been taken down by the user, I think, because of getting wind of the fact that this has become a conversation or a topic that the Marine Board was interested in. So I know those links were probably dead by the time that you guys were able to view them, and I apologize for that. We have some staff recommendations and considerations that I'll bring up at the end. But at this point, I'm going to kick it to Brian Paulson for just a short presentation on these boats and what they've been doing in the last year or so in Oregon. So Brian, I hope you're good with that and you can take it away.
Thank you, Josh. Good morning, Chair Early, members of the board. This is Brian Paulson, Waterways Coordinator for the Oregon State Marine Board. Today, I'm going to give you kind of a brief overview and information on mini jets in Oregon. And part of that overview is going to talk about, what is a mini jet? It's not something that is necessarily by definition, but what most people in the boating community would consider it. How is a mini jet different from a PWC by definition? And then home built versus kit boat versus manufacturer. Why do we see many jets not necessarily registered as boats? And then what are the potential user conflicts, boating safety, and environmental concerns that we are seeing? And just side note, these pictures that are in the presentation are on Oregon Waterways. So what is a mini jet? Generally, it's a 10-foot to 15-foot aluminum welded hull. However, there are 6-foot models of these out there. You can actually buy an aluminum 6-foot mini jet kit from a manufacturer down in Grants Pass, Oregon. So generally we see them 10 to 12 feet. Sometimes they're as big as 15 feet, but it can be as small as 6 feet. They're 200 to 300 horsepower inboard jet engines. Usually they're from a personal watercraft. There are some you can buy, as crates, but it's very manufacturer specific. So most of them, they're taking PWCs, cutting them apart, and taking that engine and installing it in these aluminum boats. The mini jets are capable of up to 60 plus miles per hour. They're designed for little water. Most of them have what we call UHMW, ultra high molecular weights, a plastic bottom on them, anywhere from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. Some of them even go as far as putting a steel bottom on these boats for impact as they are hitting, basically gravel bars. They're going over land, they're going over logs. They're designed to take impacts. The U.S. Coast Guard requirements for safe loading, safe powering, fuel systems, nav lights, flotation, and ventilation, because they're inboard, are commonly not met. So looking at mini jets versus personal watercraft. So this personal watercraft definition is taken straight out of our OARs. Personal watercraft means a motorboat less than 16 feet propelled by machinery, which one uses an outboard motor or inboard motor powering a water jet pump as a primary source of power. So looking at that definition, one, mini jets would fall under that. But two is where they get excluded. Two is designed to be operated by a person sitting, standing, or kneeling on, and rather than the conventional manner sitting or standing inside the vessel. So there's the piece that excludes mini jets out of the definition. So looking at personal watercraft in an OAR, that precludes to what we see a lot of operations in mini jets is every personal watercraft shall at all times be operated in a reasonable and prudent manner. And it goes over, these different scenarios. And this type of operation shall constitute unsafe or reckless operation of a vessel. One thing that is worth noting in the OARs, we have a pretty good list of areas that personal watercraft are not allowed to be operated. So all rivers of the state, including any tributary streams or rivers entering the Willamette River, are closed to the operation of personal watercraft. And then it lists where you can actually operate personal watercraft within rivers. And here's this list. I'm not going to go one by one, but it is available there in your board book to review. Now, a lot of these rivers that are restrictive of personal watercraft operations are actually where we get complaints. And almost all the waterways that they're commonly recreated and that we receive complaints are these areas that PWCs are restricted operations. The Clackamas River, the Willamette River up above the Beltline Bridge there in Eugene, portions of the Rogue River, Deschutes River, Coquille, the Umpqua. These are all areas that you can't take a personal watercraft, but we time and time again get complaints. So, looking at mini jets and how they're constructed, we talked about the three types. A home built, the boat is completely assembled by the owner. That's including the welded hull. Where a kit boat, you can buy the main components. There's online retailers. Some of them are US, some of them you get imported from Canada. The kit has the major boat components that are already assembled or fabricated, and then the engine hull is paired by the owner, not the vendor. And then manufacture, the boat is what we call turnkey from the builder. So the engine and the hull has been paired. Some builders have registered with the Coast Guard as having their own, what we call MIC, the Manufacturer Identification Code, and they do meet compliance standards, but there's not very many out there. And then, one thing that's worth noting is a lot of these mini jets aren't registered. There's, U.S. Coast Guard unregistered builders that are selling these mini jets without meeting safety compliance. There's also some unregistered builders that have used our home built certificate to sell these boats with a title. There's a number of home built certificates for boat titles that are correlating mini jets that we continue to see increasing. So what I did is I pulled the data out of our boat system. I looked at, home built inboard water jets 15 feet or less for the last 6 years. And as you can see here to the right, it continues to increase. Home built mini jets aren't required to meet the Coast Guard's boat manufacturer compliance standards. However, the amount of builders that we have in Oregon that aren't compliant with the Coast Guard standards is a lot higher than actual ones that are. And then really the goal of, the pictures was to give you an idea of some of the things that we hear about and kind of understand, the complexity of the mini jets and where they're operating. This particular picture, if I remember correctly, is on the Upper Clackamas. As you can see, we have this mini jet operating where generally you're going to find non-motorized. This particular picture, I believe this was somewhere around Corvallis or Eugene on a side channel of the Willamette. You got swimmers that are recreating, and this one's on the North Santiam. This one's on the Upper Clackamas, along with this one showing, the proximity to generally where non-motorized boats are going to be operating. And then really it's just a conglomerate of pictures showing what generally most folks would call unsafe operation, even including bow riding. And then a lot of these pictures, going forward are showing this particular operator was jumping what we would, generally call large weight debris in the river. This happens to be the North Santiam. not too far down from the Shelburne boat ramp. And then this particular mini jet is literally going upriver and then just goes across the gravel bar. So that gives you an idea of the type of operation that these boats are being used. These pictures here are on the Pudding River. That's a tributary to the Willamette in Clackamas County. And this particular series of pictures is on the North Santiam River. This is a side channel. This shows the operation basically going over the vegetation. Very little water is needed for these type of boats. And then, as Josh mentioned, we did speak with a fair amount of other stakeholders, and some of the concerns, and Josh can go in more detail if needed, but was essential fish habitat, watershed impacts, water quality, irrigation infrastructure, cultural resources, submersible lands, ecological values, and then salmon and spawning impacts. This is just a quick little where I got my sources from and a lot of these pictures where they came from. Is there any questions that I can answer about the boats before I turn it over to Josh?
I have some questions.
Go ahead, Craig.
These boats are, as I can tell, being operated as they were designed. They're shallow water boats, and they're going up rivers and tributaries that are very shallow, and I can't see where they're not being operated as they were designed. Now, we're concerned about the adrenaline junkies, I understand, and they provide special hazards. But I don't know that there's any hard data that these are causing the real damage that's being alleged. Now, one would jump to a conclusion they very likely are, but you have, jet boats running the Brogue, large jet boats, and I can't see they're doing any less damage than these boats are. With that being said, I think something needs to be done, but I think the approach needs to be taken that we're trying to protect critical habitats, and we need to designate rivers as critical habitats, where not only these boats aren't allowed, but other boating activities are restricted. But I also want to point out that these aren't the only shallow water boats that are out there. Now, these are what have appeared today in Oregon, but there's many airboats too. There's also John boats with mud motors on that could go into these same areas. So they would be coming down the line maybe in the future, and we'd have to deal with them. So I wonder if our approach is correct in trying to classify them as personal watercraft, instead of looking at the bodies of water they're working on and trying to protect them. I would think it'd be a better approach maybe to designate certain waters as critical habitat, or waters that are restricted to non-motorized use anyway, only because of the conflicts that would be caused by such other boating activities. So those are concerns that I have. I'm just wondering if we want to ban these boats entirely or just restrict the areas they want to go into.
Remember with me, may I jump in to just kind of address that briefly? So, I mean, regarding the critical habitat, we have a long-standing, it's actually in our statutes that if Fish and Wildlife or other natural resource agencies, ask for things to protect habitat, water quality, fish, wildlife, we are obligated to do so, and we do so, and we will continue to do so. We as far as data goes, you're not incorrect that there is not a lot of hard data attributing these watercraft to some measurable impact on fish or wildlife. I can tell you that when we approached some of the natural resource agencies here, ODF&W, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, especially that I spoke to, there was some level of shock that these watercraft were in places where they deem it to be very critical habitat. They have never seen. I mean, you bring up larger jet boats or John boats with mud motors on them or what have you. it's simply not an issue in these places. I mean, this is the first time motorized boats have been seen in some of these places, and so I would just I guess point out that I think it's incumbent upon the board to address the issue as it is. I don't necessarily think that broadening the scope is necessary, because it's maybe, as Member Jackson had said earlier, that may be a solution in search of a problem. Right now, the problem, as indicated by law enforcement and by these agencies, is these small boats specifically in places where they're potentially causing problems. I don't know if that's even an answer, but I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Well, I'm just suggesting possibly we take a different approach. Declare these rivers as critical habitat and restrict all boating activities as necessary to protect those habitats. You know, we have lakes right now that restrict boating activities to just non-motorized because of their pristine nature. I think we ought to be looking at doing that same for various water bodies across the state. And that way we would protect them from these boating activities. As far as other shallow water boats, they're out there. You're just not aware of them. Like there's many airboats in the state right now that do the same thing and can go up into these same areas. You're just not aware of them yet.
And Craig, I don't disagree with you, but our agency does not have the authority to declare something as critical habitat. That would not be within what our regulations are. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Josh or Brian.
Charlie, you're correct. Now, that being said, we have some portions of the tributaries of the Klamath Basin, for instance. I mean, we have places where Fish and Wildlife has deemed them very crucial habitat for certain species. And we have completely made some of them off limits to boating, at least certain times of the year. So I would argue that process, that mechanism is already in place. And on the airboats, we are aware of them. We have a handful, I mean, literally 5 or 6 registered in the state. So, I mean, I don't think that we're trying to solve maybe all problems here at once. I think this is one where it's the proliferation of these boats in these places this year prompted this conversation. So I guess that's why staff has suggested the approach as put out in your board materials.
And Member Withey, I would add, certainly don't have the jet boat experience of somebody like Chair Early, but these boats are quite unique in the places that they can go compared to some of the boats that you're talking about. Certainly everybody's got different skill levels on what they can do with their boats, but you know, you don't always like to use complaints as a indicator, but these boats are able to get places that no other of those types of boats that you've been talking about have been able to get. It's just it's a new issue. It came on scene. We've seen it grow, and again, it's too bad some of the videos got taken down, because watching some of those, you know, when they slide across a 30 or 40 foot gravel bar, when they jump certain things that, you know, you just couldn't do that in other boats. It's quite a unique problem compared to some of the other types of boats that have been around for a long time, not causing these issues.
And there's a lot of YouTube video out there still because they race these boats.
You can get to the videos, you just can't go through the sites that you listed. I Googled them and I saw a lot of the videos.
Randy, did you want to weigh in here?
Yes, Chair Early, members of the board. Just a couple observations I have from the calls I've taken and the things that I've seen over the years. One thing that we've seen with the improvements, I guess, in technology in the last decade, especially, is how not arbitrary, but how the definition of PWC worked really well for about 20 years. In doing what it was trying to do, and that was to address kind of safety issues, high-speed operation in confined areas like rivers, shallow areas, things like that. As we're getting, I mean, you're functionally taking these high-powered PWC engines, putting them in small boats, and it's everything except a PWC. I mean, it's a PWC in 9 out of 10 ways, but it doesn't quite meet the definition. So to some extent, when we talk with law enforcement or people who call to complain, they're a little surprised. It feels arbitrary to them that this boat is not a personal watercraft. So I think that's one thing that we're talking about. Another thing, in looking back at when you talk about critical habitats, the discussion back in the 80s and 90s about jet pump operation, you know, when we did the whole boating technology studies in 86, was working with ODFW at the behest of the legislature and to do a huge statewide rulemaking process where we functionally identified waterways that were popular, you know, winter steelhead, areas where traditional fishing had been occurring for a long time, and these higher speed operations, jet boats and things like that, were sort of anathema to that tradition. So there was a framework adopted in the 80s that was then added to in the 90s with the PWC restrictions. And my guess is if you went to ODFW and lined out all those critical habitats, a lot of them are going to fall into these areas that are already closed to PWCs. So to some extent, that's kind of baked into the pie, where we don't want, where other agencies have concerns about high-speed, shallow operation like that. So there's some harmony with looking at the PWC regulation there. Some of the complaints that I've gotten in recent years, where I do scratch my head, is really small waterways that are very seasonal ditches, and people like to go cruising. I've had complaints about 4 and 5 of these small mini jets going up the North Fork of the Yam Hill, which is a very tiny kind of an irrigation ditch. And the farmers who called had pumps that were out in the middle of the river, and they've never seen motorized boats there before, and now suddenly they're very concerned about impacts to their infrastructure that they haven't seen in the 50, 60 years they've been farming an area. So you start to get that presence out there that's really capturing people's attention. That is unique. The mini jets are unique. They're certainly a new type of technology that catches people's attention, and that's, you know, what we're trying to respond to here.
I would be in favor of just moving this forward at this time. I would make a motion that we go ahead and continue to move this legislative concept about mini, I guess it's not, it would be, do you need us to open rulemaking? I'm sorry.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'll be very brief with my closing. Yeah, staff, because of all the things that were mentioned, input from some of the other agencies, and our own concerns about safety, and the very, Randy just articulated the logic behind lumping these watercraft in with personal watercraft, because functionally they operate that way, and our regulations around personal watercrafts have been there for quite a long time, and they've been successful. So yeah, what staff is asking the board for is to open up the rulemaking for us to, and I believe the definition changes in your is in your book already, to just change the definition of personal watercraft to bring these boats under that umbrella. So yes, open up rulemaking. We would go through the public process, and then we bring this back to you in January for a final board approval.
Thank you, Josh. I apologize, I got all my papers mixed up. So I would make a motion to open rulemaking for Division 21 personal watercraft rules.
I second it.
Is there any further questions or discussions regarding the intent here to just clarify some of these definitions?
So how would you change the definition of a personal watercraft to include these?
In the board book, it actually shows in red what would be stricken.
Yes,
I'm
looking at it now. As you described before, Randy, you indicated these are different than personal watercraft. So you would just take and delete what you identified there and say these are included, rather than calling them out by name.
Member Withey, that is correct. So that was the slide that's currently up on your screen now. So the current definition of PWC is on the screen now, and it specifies that person sitting, standing, kneeling on. What we are proposing, and it's a very kind of simple switch, would be to strike that sitting, standing, kneeling component, and just have it be any inboard jet less than 16 feet in length. Eliminate the standing. And in doing so, that then would have these watercraft under that personal watercraft umbrella, which includes all the current PWC roles here, their operation roles, as well as where they can go, because these are already all in our roles. So by just changing the definition, we then subject this craft to all these other roles. One of which is also to require PFDs. That was not something that was specified previously in this conversation. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So in the definition, could you just write to include mini jet boats? I just want to make sure that they understand they're included in the personal watercraft.
Member Whitney, I think we would do that through education and outreach about the rule. The rule, as Josh described, by changing it to the inboard jet power, takes care of that. And so I think what you're talking about would be the education outreach.
I just want to make sure they're included.
And we have been talking with the community. They're aware that we're looking at this. And we'll continue to do that outreach.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments regarding the motion? If not, all those in favor of opening rulemaking for Division 21 personal watercraft rules, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, that's great. So thank you very much, Josh and Brian. Thanks for popping those slides up there, Brian. You're always so great with the technology part of things, so thanks. And you are too, Josh, but he had help this time. Okay, so we are going to, is everybody okay, or does anybody need a break? Okay. Randy, were you saying something or are you just moving?
Yeah, just moving.
Okay, so we're going to move on then. We are going to go on to item G, which is the Lower Willamette River Rule and Use Evaluation. So Ethan, welcome.
Chair Early, I'm gonna take this real quick just to briefly introduce Ethan, and then I'm gonna kick it to him. So I apologize in advance. So just a real quick summary of why we're here. 2 years ago, the board began the rulemaking process. A full 2 years ago at this point, the board began the rulemaking process for the Lower Willamette River. That culminated this past January. But the board encouraged staff to evaluate the effectiveness of those rules and stay engaged with this Lower Willamette area and continue our evaluation and the impacts that our rules may have on boating in the area. So to that end, we brought on an employee for the second half of this summer to do just that. Ethan Ackerman has spent the last few months quantifying boating activities, surveying boaters and other users of the Willamette, and evaluating the overall implementation of the rules, with a focus on looking at it from a user perspective and getting the perspective of other users. Quickly, I know, member with you had a question about this position and it going forward. I just wanted to mention that we do, through actually another bill from 2019, have funding or have a half full-time position, half of an FTE. That can do this work going forward. We brought Ethan on as kind of a short-term pilot to kind of figure out what our needs were in this area and maybe some other areas in some other boating areas in the Portland region. I think through the work that Ethan's done, we've identified that there is value in having a position like this going forward. We have no immediate plans on this topic, but we are planning to fill this position, I think, full-time going forward, and with the potential of even the next time that we have a legislative budget in 2023 to looking at this be more of a completely full-time position. So we can, if you have other questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. But I wanted to just introduce Ethan. You know, he's already provided the board with a bevy of information prior to this meeting, both in the board book and in the story map that you've already received. So at this point, I'm going to kick it to him so he can introduce himself a little further and then to also just provide a brief presentation on his experiences over the last few months. So unless the board has anything else for me, I'm gonna kick it to Ethan.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, can everybody hear me, see me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to get started. So as Josh said, I spent most of the summer on the lower Willamette River, specifically in the area around the Selwood Bridge near the south tip of Ross Island. And so what I was basically looking at is different urban waterway perspectives, both visual perspectives, audio perspectives, like actually talking with people, as well as people's opinions of the rules. And so this presentation is going to be the culmination of all of the work that I've done. And so for those of you that are watching online that have not seen the story map, you can go to the landing page at OregonMarineBoard.com. That will take you to the story map, which is available in a button. And that will give you a sort of an overview of what I've been doing this summer. So first, I want to talk a little bit about outdoor use on the Willamette. So this is an image of the lower Willamette River taken from the Selwood Bridge. This is a relatively calm afternoon in July, but it's not always that calm. And so what we might see on the water are like PWCs, jet skis that are going by. You might see wake boats that are going by heading towards the free area down by the Hawthorne Bridge where they can tow or surf. You might also run into ski boats that are returning from that area. At the same time, you might run into commercial ships, commercial vessels or tourism vessels like the Spirit or the Willamette Jet Boat. And then on top of that, you've got people that are fishing. That was taken just below the Selwood Bridge. And then, of course, you have paddlers. And if it were to just stop there, it would be a really nice mosaic. But unfortunately, it gets a lot messier. And so what we find is that there are people that are inexperienced that are on the water that are just hanging out in the middle of the river. We've got even bigger boats that are going by, and we've got dragon boats, and we have races that take place on the river. And so with all of these different users, you have to say that there's a lot of different perspectives on rules on the Willamette River. And so the point of these rules is quite simple: to increase safety by redefining the areas best suited for specific usage. For example, Ross Island Lagoon, the Holgate Channel, is an excellent calm area for paddlers, recreational paddlers, to avoid conflict with boats, while the pass-through zone is an area where boats can simply go through, cruising to an area where they can do their designated specific use. And so with that said, it'd be really difficult to keep talking about my on-the-water activity without mentioning that I myself am a stakeholder and have my own opinions and my own biases. And so this was a photo taken of me, a video actually that was taken back in 2015 about how fast can kayak sprinters go. So I started out kayak sprinting. I actually originally started out in dragon boating, but I later switched to kayaking, and I've been doing it ever since. And so, of course, like, I have my own opinion when it comes to wakes, and sure, I do feel that when I was younger, I was afraid of wakes and fell in many times because of boats that were going by, unconscious of other boaters in the water. But it's important to get the elephant out of the room and say that, yes, I do have my own opinion, my own perspective, and I'll try to keep that as neutral as possible when talking through my next couple slides. And so when talking with these different people on the water, the different urban waterway boaters on the new rules, probably one of the most common sort of quotes that came across was that there's river congestion on busy afternoons. Specifically, there's a lot of river congestion around Willamette Dock. That area, there's stand-up paddle boarders that are just trying to cross over to go to the slow-no wake zone by the houseboats. You've also got boats that are passing through that are just not concerned about boaters that are launching or exiting the water. But kind of something similar to all this congestion that I kept hearing, my second point, respect my space like on a roadway, is this constant comparison of a waterway is like a roadway. And if you're on a roadway, you know that you stay to the right if you're slower traffic. For example, a bicycle stays to the right. And if you're a faster moving vehicle or faster moving watercraft, you stay in the middle. and you avoid people that are on the right. That way people have this spectrum of different usage. But unfortunately, a waterway does not always behave like a roadway. And so another point that kind of came up a lot is there was this inadequate outreach about these new rules and how some of these rules were just very intellectual and they didn't quite understand like the different areas, and really they just wanted to get out and boat. And I think making that connection with the Marine Board and the public is essential if you're going to be making rules. And so finally, my last little quote, why am I singled out? I already follow the rules. Again, this is these people that felt that there was this inadequate outreach, but at the same time, they feel that their activity isn't necessarily affecting others. They don't see the cause and effect of their boating activity. Specifically, we're talking about people that tow. Patterns on the river. So one of the things that I did on the river this summer was take a lot of video footage. So here's some highlights that I took. So the first one we're going to look at. This is a 7-minute clip. I'll put it in full screen for everybody. This is a 7-minute clip that's at 10 times speed, and it's only going to be about 44 seconds. I'm gonna pause it quickly. If you notice on the right, you'll see that there are a couple of paddle boarders that are just hanging out, not really going anywhere. I just want you to watch and see how they react as different boaters go by, different size boats. So you'll see PWCs playing in the distance. There's one coming here, is about to do a circle. A couple more passing through. In a moment, there's going to be a larger boat that's going to come through. There it is. Again, nobody's towing, it's just a wake boat passing through. But now notice the boaters have had to change. Those people on the kayaks had to change their direction. And I'm going to pause right here. You can't really see it that well, but that's actually someone that's getting towed on that particular boat. And yet if you kind of compare that wake to the one that we just saw earlier, it's significantly smaller. And so that kind of got me to ask the question, you know, what's really the point of the rules? Were we reducing wakes? Are we reducing people's ability to tow? And so this is another example. This was taken at Willamette Park. If it will load. And we have an error. The point of that video was to show that people towing don't necessarily put out the same size wake as somebody that has full ballasts that is just passing through. So from my perspective, I have 3 really small points to make about these rules and about boating activity. First is timing. Timing is essential when you're on the water. If you go out early in the morning, you're going to see less boats. It's quieter. You can observe the sunrise. And if you're a paddler, it's probably the best time to avoid lots of traffic. If you go in the afternoon, especially on weekends, Saturdays or Sundays, you're going to notice a lot of people that are on the water, and it can be very congested. And so weekend congestion is not just occurring on the water, it's also occurring in our parking lots, it's occurring on our docks. And so people get frustrated when they can't get on the water quickly, either because of the lack of docks in the Portland area or because of the lack of parking inside Willamette Park. And then the third thing that I've noticed that was probably the biggest change, at least in the time that I've seen, is the number of new inexperienced boaters on the water. These are people that are primarily stand-up paddleboarding or kayaking. I didn't really quantify the number of new performance paddlers or the number of new like performance kayakers or performance stand-up paddleboarders. But the point is, because of the pandemic, we have to say that there is a ton of new inexperienced users. And so this is like a simple distribution of boaters. You'll see that for just users on the water, swimmers, there was about 103 swimmers that I counted during my time in the afternoons, followed by inflatable stand-up paddleboards, recreational users. You'll see that's that third little bar there, about 89 of them that I counted, followed by flat water kayaks. And then if we look on the motorized side, we can see that there's quite a number of wake boats and motor boats. I didn't classify ski boats as wake boats. I classified ski boats as motor boats because they are functionally different. But you will notice that in an urban environment like the city, we do see a lot of wake boats that are just passing through. Of course, followed by jet skis, pontoon boats, yachts that are passing through, which also put out very large wakes, and jet boats. One thing I just created during the time that we were talking, and something that was brought up was the difference between a performance and a recreational boat. So these are two examples of performance boats. So on the left, that's a Think Evo performance kayak. On the right, it's a Kauai Antares performance outrigger canoe. You'll both notice that the bow and stern of these boats are really narrow, and that's because if you're surfing, you want to be able to get to that next wave, or if you're on flat water, you want to be able to get the best glide as possible. You also notice that the boats are very narrow, and that also makes the boats tippier, which can result in somebody falling in. Another performance vessel, we've got stand-up paddleboards. These are two stand-up paddleboards that are currently for sale at Gorge Performance. One of them is a 14-foot stand-up paddleboard. The other is a 12.6. These are both considered racing stand-up paddleboards. But in comparison, these are two common recreational boats. We have a Perception Carolina 12 and a 14, which is a sit-inside touring kayak, and then the classic inflatable paddleboard, which is what I saw most commonly on the water. And so I just want to put this out here to be clear that there is a difference. The bows of these boats, if you look at the Carolina, it's significantly thicker. You'll also notice that it's wider. Something that you can't notice as well is the rocker, or like the banana shape underneath the boat. There's significantly less in the Carolina because it is meant for flat water touring. Same thing with the inflatable paddleboard. So I just thought it would be important to kind of put out the difference. If you have any questions, we can totally talk about that after this PowerPoint. I don't want to talk about this in too light of a matter, because I know this is a very serious issue on the Willamette, but 45% of people had no PFD when I was counting on the water. And so one of the things that I was considering to encourage people to wear PFD is to put out a public safety message called PFD or toe tag. The point is to encourage people to be accountable on the water, either by wearing a life jacket, PFD, or having some way to identify who they are. Because I think in the end of the day, we want everyone to have a safe boating experience on the water. So something to consider for the board and for the state. The survey. So as you saw in the materials, there were two really big takeaways that I want to present to you. First is the graph on the left. I think every one of these should be considered. When people were asked, what could the board have done more to inform users to ensure that they were informed of the rules? Of the 1,500 total responses, I would say all of these: more signage, digital outreach, in-person communication, more outreach to boat rental facilities, all four of these are essential. There needs to be signage about the rules on the water, not just signage on the docks. There needs to be digital outreach, actually sending consistent emails, every month to people. But most importantly of all, in-person communication and access. There's nothing that compares to the physical interaction with somebody in person, not the digital interaction, but talking with somebody and explaining the rules calm, carefully, and concisely. And finally, more outreach to boat rental facilities. I talked with the former manager of Next Adventure, and he was telling me that he was not aware of the Lower Willamette rules. So that connection with boat rental facilities is essential if those renters are aware of the rules and also know about where to go. For suggestions, this is a little bit more of a controversial issue, but I will say that most people, 640 of the 1,531 total responses, say that the status quo, or the current rules as they have been enacted, no new changes are needed. That's followed by more stringent buffer zones off of docks. And then there's a whole list of other responses, many of those like more signage, digital outreach, kind of what the second graph is talking about. And then finally, there is a group of people, towed sports users, that are very vocal and upset about these rules, and they want to ease restrictions on towed water sports or allow wake surfing in certain areas where it's currently restricted. So of those, just a little over 500 people of the total responses want to ease some sort of restrictions on the rules. I do have to say that after reading some of the other responses, many of them there's a lot of profanity involved in these rules and in their responses, and I think sometimes it can be very difficult to read those responses, but I do want to say that this is a very small survey. 1,500 users is not the vast majority of people that are on the water. I think there's over 5, maybe 10,000 people that use the water, many of whom do not even know about the rules. And so if people don't know about the rules, how are they going to know about the places to go recreate? And then finally, this whole study that I did this summer is just urban water experimentation. And what we're trying to do is define equity on the water. How do we achieve a fair outcome for all users? And more importantly, how do we minimize the conflict on the water? And so one of the things that I found, and I'm sure people know this as a fact, is that people attract other people. If you see that there are people on the side of a river that are going towards slow no wake zone, they're likely to follow if they're inexperienced. However, if there's always people that are not going to know exactly where to go. And so I think it's just the fact that there are people on the water and that they're going to the slow no wake zone is changing people's behaviors from what they previously were, and perhaps in a good way by increasing safety so that these users are going in an area which is designed for non-motorized use. And finally, I can't say that I am the absolute expert of the Willamette River. I am a very, very small piece in what actually takes place on the water. So me collecting Lower Willamette waterway data, and the actual amount of data on the river, I was out roughly 1 hour and 32 hours every Friday, Saturday, Sunday for about 5-6 weeks. I wasn't out there every single day, every single hour. And so there is a ton more boating data that you can collect with cameras, that you can collect with other users, talking with other people that exists. So I think it's important to note that I'm not like the sole expert of everything about the Willamette River, but that there's so much more data that exists. Suggestions: in-person engagement at docks, beaches, stores, etc. There needs to be that personal connection to tell people about the rules. And then word of mouth, I still believe, is an excellent way to spread rules. Digitally, rethinking the online experience. UX survey. UX stands for user experience. I think it would be important to just make a simple, refined version of the website now, just so it's easy for people to know the rules. They can know where to boat, and they can also renew their titles and registration. So rethinking the online experience, creating a survey, talking with people about what sort of ways they want to see the website go and how can they make it a better experience for all of us. Finally, parking. Parking at Willamette Dock is very, very crunched, especially on busy days or on weekends. So weekends, a vast majority of the parking lot is just sectioned off for trailers, and most people don't have trailers that they're taking down to Willamette Park. Many of them just come in, just a car with a boat on top of them. If people had access to those areas, I believe that would kind of alleviate some of the traffic congestion problems that we're seeing. But right now, it's very difficult to find a parking spot in Willamette Dock. And I think it's important to reconsider some of the ways that we can improve the total access in that park. And then I want to leave on this point, questions for the future. I've got 3 small questions for the board to talk about after my presentation. So about the pass-through zone. Is the pass-through zone a rule to reduce wake size or a rule against towing? Second, what ways can the board increase in-person outreach in Portland? And then third, what is the board's role in educating new users? So with that, I think I'll end my time and I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Ethan, very much for putting this all together. Very, very informational. So does the board have any questions or comments?
Yeah, this is Craig. I can't say how invaluable what you do is for me as a board member who is removed from the Willamette River. This helps me understand the issues and the problems much more than I have in the past. And this kind of information is invaluable. A question for you. In your comments, you indicated that you received some input that wake surfers who were operating above Hawthorne were threatened by the wall. What do you mean by the wall?
I'm sorry, you're talking about in my presentation just now or in the,
No, in the write-up here in the board book. Did you receive some comments from wake surfers that the wake surfing above or below the Hawthorne Bridge was dangerous?
that's
because of
correct.
the presence of a wall?
That's correct. There are a stretch of river walls on the west side of Portland. And because of that, I've gotten complaints from family boaters, people that go out with their friends, children, and they feel that the walls themselves, if you're wake surfing by, the wake will ricochet. And so it may not affect you, but it could affect the next person. And so this summer, there was a lot of boating activity. And if you're going out on a Saturday at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going to see some ricochet off of those walls. And I think some people believe that it is not a safe place to boat. That said, there are other places outside of these river walls that are just north of, I believe, the Steel Bridge, where it does open up and it gets a little bit wider. I've heard complaints that it's a little bit windy around there, but that's not really your exact question. I think people do feel that that area is just not suitable for wake surfing.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Ethan. We appreciate it, and we'll look forward to maybe hearing from you again on some future projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Josh, did you have anything else that you needed to add at this time?
No, Chair, really nothing specific, other than staff continues to seek board direction on anything they want with these rules or others. We will continue to evaluate the Willamette rules just like we do others. And if there's anything specific on this topic or really anything else that the board wants from staff, please let us know. We're here to provide you with the resources you need so you can make informed decisions.
And that's a great point, Josh, because I think that, it takes a little time to digest some of this stuff. And so it's probably something that could come forward in an email, additional questions or comments that would be helpful to you in going forward in your evaluations.
Well, this is great.
Yes.
Ethan did make some recommendations, and I would like to see some follow-up on those. Maybe you could put something together, Josh, for upcoming meeting on how we could implement some of those suggestions.
Remember with you, I think that's something we can definitely do. There were, especially as part of the surveys, it was evident that there's some things that staff could do, especially in terms of letting folks know certain rules. So I'm probably at the January meeting, we can provide you an update on what implementation in year 2 looks like, and then we would seek further input from the board. And Member Jackson, I do see your hand up, so maybe it's not my place to call on you, but go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that Ethan's information both is presented today and is presented in the written materials and from the interviews that were in the story, whatever you want to call it, the story map thing. It seems like one of the biggest concerns is lack of education of what I'm going to call like citizen voters, the folks that bought their boats at Costco, that bought their stand-up paddleboards online. And going back to when we created the waterway access permit, I think that getting, the people that don't know what they don't know and the people that don't even understand that they're boaters was one of the things that kind of was in our thoughts when the whole waterway access program was kind of being conceptualized. And I don't know how we go about doing it, but for the next wave where we're going to be giving away some of that waterway access grant money is sort of like what was it Viva did with the short boating safety videos. Really encourage some organizations to come out with some educational concepts, as some programs to how do we get to the people that don't know that they're even boaters.
Okay, anybody else? Director Warren, I saw you pop in a couple of times.
Yeah, I just wanted to harken back to, I think about 4 hours ago when Craig had asked about what was the future plan with some of the positions on this. And I don't think we covered that, but the short synopsis is we have a halftime position that was given to us for the Toad Water Sports Endorsement Program. And really the first few years we focused on issuing the stickers and getting the tests going. But we used Ethan and the time with him to really start to explore what that position might look like. To support Toad Water Sports and some of the regional issues in Portland. So Josh is going to be considering what that might look like going forward. And we may, as part of our budget package for 23, be looking at expanding that from a halftime to a full-time position to possibly even work on some of the recommendations and things like that. So we're not completely settled. We don't have a fully gelled plan on that yet, but part of that was to, just start to see what we don't know. And Ethan really helped us do that and helped us think about what that position might be. So more probably to come on that when we talk about our budget formation.
Yeah, Ethan posed 3 questions to us. I'm curious about the answers he's given. So maybe when you answer those, you could share them with us.
Okay. Well, thank you very much again, Ethan, for your presentation, and we'll look forward. Josh, you've got a lot to do before January, so thank you. And we're going to move on now to item H, which is the onboarding guide for the annual update. And so Director Warren.
Yes, as you may remember, board had asked for an onboarding guide to be put together. Jennifer Cooper did that. She did a great job as always. And we had agreed at that time to just kind of put it as an annual flag so it didn't get out of date. And one good thing is we will have a new board member soon and they'll be able to look at that guide and provide fresh perspective. But really, this is just a reminder that if the board ever has, updates or things they'd like out of that, even though we called it an onboarding guide, if there's things an ongoing board member needs, we'd love to hear from you and keep that guide up to date.
And so I think it's a great document, and Colleen has been our most recent beneficiary of the onboarding document. Do you have any suggestions, Colleen, that you see need to be changed on it at this time?
Excuse me, I do not. It is a very useful and helpful document.
Okay, well, we would entertain a motion to go ahead and provide approval for the onboarding guide as far as the annual update.
I'll make the motion to approve the onboarding guide.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And as always, thank you to Jennifer for the excellent job of putting this together and continuing to update it. It's a very useful document, even for somebody who's been on the board for a long time. So we are on item H, the board meeting timelines, and was maybe a tad bit confusing because it didn't look like there was anything on January on there.
So Chair Early, as a reminder, we started doing this about a year ago. This was a way to keep staff accountable to the board on things we'd agreed to talk about that we were going to bring back. And likewise, for the board to look out and say, oh boy, we're no longer interested in this, or we want to add this. So the good news is we found out today, if we leave an empty slot, you guys will help us certainly fill that up. So I think January just got a whole lot of things. We'll unpack those after this meeting. But really, this is just, if there's something the board wants to talk about in the future, work session, more depth, this is just, again, our accountability to the board to make sure that we're bringing back the things that you're asking for and having discussions about them. So the list was a little light before today. It got filled up some, but as you look out in the next year, if there's things that you're interested in, let us know. We want to talk about the things that interest you all. So.
What date is the January meeting?
January 26th.
Is there going to be a work session?
Oh, wait, I'm getting told I'm wrong, which is not abnormal. Jennifer's, I think that was a 7, Jennifer, not a 27. Sorry.
It's the 27th. Yes.
I said that so confidently, and then I was wrong. So,
Will there be a work session?
Remember with you, there was quite a few things today. So I don't know what'll be a work session versus what'll be an agenda. I think there wasn't much on the January meeting. So if you're asking, will we need a day and a half versus just a day? I think we can plan on getting everything done in a day in January based on the topics I heard, but we'll unpack that in the next day or two and work with the board if we think we need more time.
I think that'll be a TBD. A lot of it'll depend on what the going forward. I know everything's supposed to reopen again on the January 1st, but I think that probably we'll have to wait and see how that looks. Okay, so we have reached the bottom of our agenda items, but does any of the board have any other business, or Director Warren, do you have any other business?
I'd just make a comment maybe real quick, which is just, you know, I want to make sure everybody leaves feeling good. We value these discussions with the board. One of the challenges with doing public work is you have to put ideas out and have public discussion about them. That's a good thing. And so don't feel like when you're pushing back on our ideas or you're asking us questions or you're challenging our thinking, that's great. That's why you're the board. That's what you bring to the table. So we appreciate that input. And so I just want to make sure all of you leave today understanding that that's where we're feeling on our side. So, you know, some of these discussions, we have to have them out in public and we're okay with that. So appreciate all the feedback and interest. It's far better to have a board that's interested in your work than a board that's disinterested in your work.
And along those same lines, I would like to commend all of the general public and the voting public who took the time to submit comments to us, including pictures and some videos. It's always encouraging to have people address a variety of our agenda items, because it makes us feel like everybody is actually looking at what our agenda is and paying attention to us. So appreciate the general public and the voting public who have paid attention to that. So thank you. So it's possible we will have a new board member for our January meeting, but who knows, maybe 2, don't know. Anything is possible. So if there is no other business, Craig?
No, I don't have anything. It's a good meeting and I appreciate everybody's participation.
Colleen?
Nothing on my end. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, Laura, you're last there.
I'm good. Just big thanks to all the staff again for all the hard work that they did to get all the information out to us.
And once again, I'd like to thank board member Vince Castronovo for his service to the Oregon voters. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting for October 27th, 2021 for the Oregon State Marine Board. Thank you.
Take care.